This is the joint meeting of the City Council, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, Public Finance Authority, the Public Utility Authority, Housing Authority, Paris Joint Powers Authority, and the Paris Community Economic Development Corporation of the City of Paris. It's Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, at 6:43 p.m. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Vallejo. Here. Councilmember Nava.
Present.
Councilmember Corona.
Present.
Councilmember Rab.
Here.
Mayor Vargas.
Present. Thank you. Item 3 is our invocation, which will be led by Pastor Joe Sabalik from the New Creation Church. Pastor, you're here. Very good. We'd all please stand and join us and remain standing for item 4, which will be our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilwoman Vallejo.
Let's have a word of prayer. Father, we thank you so much for your amazing love and your goodness, Father. And Father, you have a plan and a purpose for each person in this place, and that you love each person with an everlasting love. We are aware of your mercy today and your goodness, Lord. We lift up all the hurting in our state that have lost homes through fires. We lift up our Paris, the city of Paris, Lord God. We thank you for our wonderful Mayor Vargas and his wife, Julie. We pray that you would bless them and bless every public servant that is represented here this evening, Father. And we thank you, God, that you came to give us life and life more abundantly. So bless our city, bless our fire departments, bless our police personnel, sheriff's department. We lift up all those who are involved, first responders. We thank you for our schools. We honor you today, God. We thank you that you so loved the world that you gave your only begotten Son, that whosoever would believe in him would not perish, but have everlasting life. For you did not send your Son into the world to condemn us, but to give us life. And so I pray for each person in this place this evening that they can experience your life and your goodness and your mercy, and that you would bless this city council meeting tonight, and that great things will be accomplished here. In Jesus' name, we all agreed together and said, amen.
If y'all can please join me in saluting our nation's flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Thank you, Pastor. Item 5 is our report on closed session items. Madam Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 to confer with legal counsel in 3 pending litigation matters: Panettone versus City of Paris, CVRI 2203028, no reportable action was taken. Menifee versus City of Paris, CVRI 2203040, no reportable action was taken. And City of Paris versus City of Menifee, CVRI 2303456, no reportable action was taken. The council conferred with its real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding APN properties with APN number 313-091-007, 19 SD Street, with city negotiator being the city manager, negotiating parties, Riverside County Community College and District and Mount San Jacinto College. And no reportable action was taken pursuant to the same Government Code section. The city's real property negotiator sought direction on price and terms of payment regarding APN number 313-091-006, 163 East San Jacinto Avenue, Paris, California, with County of Riverside, and again, no reportable action was taken. Lastly, council conducted public employee evaluation for the position of the city attorney pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, and again, no reportable action was taken. That concludes my report.
Excellent, thank you. Item 6 is presentation and announcements. 6A is a presentation by the State Department of Water Resources, also known as DWR, regarding the Emergency Release Facility Project. This item will be introduced by our city engineer, John Porcozini.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This project is a Department of Water Resources project, as you mentioned, Mayor, and it provides protection to the community in the event that there's an emergency to the Paris Lake. The project included some protection to the dam at the lake, and as I said, in case of any emergency, it would actually collect and convey any runoff from the Paris Lake and convey it to the Paris Valley Channel. DWR has completed a couple of the phases of the project, and now they're going to proceed with actually building the channel that will convey the runoff from the lake to Paris Valley Channel. And tonight we have Mr. David Sarkisian with Department of Water Resources, who is going to be providing you some information on the project.
All right, thank you. Good evening. I might need a little help. Oh, there it is. Great, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to present on this project. It's a very important public safety project for the department, and we really appreciate all the collaboration we've had from city staff and leadership over the years to bring it to this point. And so we're really excited to share with you and report on our progress. Before I advance the slides, I just want to point out on the right side of the photo here, that's where our low-level outlet is located. You can't quite see it, but that's where we make a release if we needed to. And so this project is really all about making sure we contain that water and get it over to the Paris Valley drain. And so once again, this is a public safety project, and through it, we will construct 2 levees and a drainage channel to safely direct the water downstream to the Paris Valley Channel in the event that we need to make a release from the dam due to an emergency. Through the design of this project, not only in meeting that goal, we found that there are a lot of elements to the project that can add benefits to the community. The channel that we will construct satisfies Line U, which is part of the Riverside County Paris Valley Master Drainage Plan, and so that will help convey just localized floodwaters during large rain events. We've also incorporated improvements to the intersections, Evans Road, Lake Paris Drive, also along Ramona Expressway, incorporating the future build-out of Ramona, including pedestrian walkways and landscaping improvements along Ramona Expressway. And not only does this provide protection to those residents right immediately downstream of the dam, but also some of the structures and businesses and other infrastructure farther out within the valley. And so, again, it's a major project for us and one that we've been planning for years and are really excited to bring it to construction at this point. And so getting a little bit more into the details. There we go. Again, at the, oh, sure. Thank you. At the bottom right photo, that's where our outlet is. And so you can see in yellow are 2 levees, the south levee and west levee. And so that will constrain the flow between the levee and the toe of the dam and route it to the corner of the fairgrounds, kind of where the curve of Ramona Expressway exists, and it turns into the blue line, which is the channel. We'll have a drop structure at that location that will dissipate the energy of the water. It will pass through a box culvert at Fairway. We'll have some intersection improvements, pass beneath a bridge at Lake Paris Drive, and then also beneath Evans Road and a bridge we will construct. And then tie this trapezoidal channel into the Paris Valley Channel. So I'm pleased to report that we did successfully retain a contractor, and construction began in December of 2024. We're expecting this project to last about 2.5 years, with construction substantially complete by mid-2027. Through the process of working with local entities and local interested parties, we definitely identified some of these dates that we need to construction so that we don't create problems for activities at the fairgrounds. And so we've incorporated that into our project specifications, which became part of the contract with our contractor. And so those obviously target holidays and that period in October where there's typically the lengthier fair events. are normal work hours, Monday through Friday, 7 to 3:30. No work on identified holidays, and any work outside of these normal work hours requires our pre-approval, minimum 72-hour advance notice. And we're very aware of the need for the city to have advance notice as well. And so we're going to be coordinating with city throughout, letting them know if one of these requests come in from the contractor, what are the dates, what are the times, why do they need the extra time, and so that we can share that with the city. Kind of taking a look at the intersections here, we do have roadway improvements, and the large improvements are at Evans Road, of course, with the bridge and widening. The important thing in what we did to incorporate all this work in existing, very well-traveled roads for the city is to make sure that Ramona and Lake Paris Drive and Evans Road all remain open throughout construction. To do that, we do need to have some temporary lane closures, of course, and so shifts in traffic lanes will occur during the project. Over at Fairway, we will temporarily close that during construction to get those culverts installed, but we'll have that continuous access to the fairgrounds provided via Lake Paris Drive. In terms of haul routes, this is another area that we've worked with our local interested parties to make sure that we had a common understanding. We've limited haul route access points on the public roads to Lake Paris Drive and Evans Road in order to get across those roads between the pieces of the project. And we're requiring a flagman anytime construction traffic enters or exits the work site from Lake Paris Drive or Evans Road. And so those are represented in those kind of green circles as access points, and then the blue dashed lines are the actual haul routes that we've identified for the contractor. We also have 2 locations of access to or from Ramona Expressway, and those are the purple triangles, but those are limited to just pickup trucks or smaller. And so that's one at Fairway, and then one in the bottom right is intended to represent where we've got our construction trailers, and that's been an existing entry point for years. And so a little bit beyond the photo, but we put the triangle there in the corner. Of course, the majority of hauling will occur within the state recreation area and the channel footprint itself. We've been doing what we can to get the word out about the project. We recently, back in December, sent a letter with a project flyer to residents and schools in the area, and that was about a 5,000-foot radius around the project to let people understand the project's coming, what it's about, and so that they understand that some of these inconveniences have that public safety benefit that's being brought forth to the community. We've been doing news releases, social media postings. We've got a video on our website, and the screenshot there is on the right of our website. We will have project signage along Ramona with the QR code for folks to utilize to learn more. And then, of course, over the years, many meetings with a wide variety of stakeholders, which have really benefited us to get to this point in time and with a project that I think, again, bears a lot of great benefits. And so, Paris Dam has been, part of the state water project since the 70s. And as things change, we look to make the appropriate improvements and work with the community as the community grows. So thank you again for the opportunity. I've got a QR code and website there in case anybody would like further information. And be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, David, for your report. Council, anybody have any questions, comments? Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak on this item?
No, sir.
All right, you're getting off easy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Okay, 6B is a presentation to Michael Morales in recognition of his retirement from the City of Paris. This item will be introduced by Director of Public Works, Bryant Hill.
Good evening. Let me start over. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff. It's my pleasure and honor to recognize Michael Morales for his 20 years of service and contributions to the City of Paris and the residents of our community. Throughout his tenure, Michael has been involved in several projects within the city, including partnering with RCTC to build the RTA Transit Center and the downtown Metro Link Station. He also oversaw the D Street project corridor, widening of Paris Boulevard, and the construction of the Nuevo Bridge, just to name a few. Michael's final two projects serve as a lasting contribution to the city. The 4th and C Street project on the south side of 4th Street includes a new monument sign, new decorative signage, and landscaping. The other project is the final segment of the downtown corridor along D Street between 6th and 8th Street, which includes new paver walkways, enhanced landscaping, and decorative lighting. Throughout his career, Michael has worked in several city departments, including planning, engineering, and public works. His contributions have added significant value to each department. Finally, Michael is a dedicated husband, father, brother, and son. He actively supports his youngest daughter's academic future and softball endeavors, traveling to various states for her tournaments and proudly cheering her on as his biggest fan. Michael, the City of Paris would like to extend our heartfelt thanks for your 20 years of service to the Paris community and wish you all the best in the next chapter of your life. After, I'd like to invite Michael to come up and say a few words, and then after that, Mayor, Council, come down and do the presentation.
Sure.
Michael?
Thank you, Brian. That was very kind. I haven't really prepared anything to say other than I just want to thank the city and, of course, all the city residents for all of the trust that they put in me over the years. It's 27 years with Paris. I did 3 years in Glendale for a total of 30 years, but really my whole career has been spent here. And it's been wonderful since the very beginning. The council, the administrators that have come and gone have really placed, they really value the employees, and they really tried to fit us in where they believe we could do the best. And it's true, like Brian was saying, I've had the pleasure of working with a lot of staff over the years. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my first boss, Olivia Gutierrez, Olivia Bolterama, who recently passed away. She kind of got me started here, and she had a vision. She had a vision for the downtown, and the council and the administrators since have kept up that vision. You know, we now have our Metrolink station. Everything is building up around the town, and it's just nice to see everything kind of coming to fruition after 27 years here. So thank you. Thank you for taking the time to do this. I know you all are very busy, and I just hope that I was able to contribute a little bit. So thank you very much.
Excellent.
I jumped the gun, huh?
Well, there's not much for me to say down here, Michael. Brian said it all, so we're just going to take a photo, and then we'll go back up and let the council have an opportunity to say some comments. But I want to personally thank you for your service. 30 years in public service is a long time. I know because I did it, and I'm still doing it, so that's 30 plus 8 more, or 12 more, whatever it is now. So, but anyway, congratulations. Thank you very much. You hold that. All right, council, anybody want to make some comments? Please cue in. Councilman Rab?
Just want to congratulate Mr. Morales on your retirement. You've been a constant presence the last 10 years I've been here, so 27 years in the city of Paris. I'm glad you were able to see the last component of D Street come to fruition at the end, the 7th Street down to the Mercado Apartments. Enjoy your retirement. It's well-earned. It just seems like so many of the people that have been pillars here from when I started or when I started are slowly enjoying their retirement. I'm glad to see it, and hopefully you can enjoy the time with your family. Thank you for all your contributions to the city.
Councilwoman Nava?
Thank you, Mr. Morales, for all you've done for our city. In 27 years, our city has grown so much, and we just truly want to thank you for being a helping hand in doing so. And we hope that we continue to grow and you come back and visit us and just continue to see all the different growth we've done besides it, because 27 years, that's a really long time. And I know that city has changed so much in that time. So may you enjoy your hard-earned retirement, whether that's vacationing or continued softball cheering, whatever it is. Please don't be a stranger to City of Paris. Thank you so much.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll go.
Councilman Corona?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to tell you, Michael Morales, thank you so much for your service. You've been a large part of our growth here in the city of Paris. You've always been professional. I've always appreciated your straightforwardness, and big congratulations, and please enjoy your retirement.
Yes, I also want to say congratulations to Mr. Morales. I actually just got elected, so I don't know you. But 27 years is very impressive. And I'm very happy to know that we have some dedicated staff members who last so long, and that shows us a lot about our city and our current staff members. But I really want to congratulate you and your family, and please enjoy retirement. I wish I can, but I have a few years left. But please enjoy it. Thank you.
All right, thank you again, Michael. I've known you for way beyond my mayor's time, so you did a lot of good work here. We're going to miss you. I know your wife and family will appreciate you being there, I think, a lot longer now. I retired, and then I still stayed and worked with politics, so my wife appreciated that. But it's a challenge. It's a change, but it is nice to be retired, So enjoy yourself, and feel free to come back and grab a cup of coffee. All right, thank you. Final applause, everybody. Okay, moving on, item 7 is our Youth Advisory Committee communications. This report will be given by Melanie Lopez, our Vice President.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, and City staff. My name is Melanie Lopez, and I am honored to serve as Vice President of the Youth Advisory Committee, YC. To start, our next meeting will be on Tuesday, January 21st, from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. In council chambers. Secondly, YC members are excited to have our first educational course on Saturday, January 25th, on CPR and First Aid provided by Developmental Services. In addition, YC Parks cleanups are coming back. Starting with Enchanted Hills Parks on Saturday, February 8th from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. And community services are available to students. Lastly, YSC wants to announce its 2025-2026 recruitment will be available starting Monday, February 3rd, 2025. As always, YSC reminds everyone to stay safe and connected. Follow us on social media at Paris YSC for updates and information about upcoming events. Thank you for your time and continued support.
Thank you, Melanie. Okay, item 8 is our public comment. This is the time when any member of the public may bring a matter to the attention of the mayor and the city council that is within our jurisdiction and that is not on our agenda. The time will be limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir. Cynthia Asensio.
This is different for me, so bear with me. Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Cynthia Asensio, and I am a resident of Paris, currently residing on Firebrand Avenue. I am following up on my initial contact from December 28th, 2024, regarding the proposed development of 6 townhomes on Medical Center Drive between Orange Avenue and Flame Avenue. On May 18th, 2022, another resident of Firebrand Avenue and I participated in a virtual planning commission meeting to voice our concerns about several issues of this project, including the structural integrity of the existing brick wall along the vacant lot, traffic and parking problems, and privacy concerns. During that meeting, the Planning Commission determined the following: attachment to the existing eastern block wall would be restricted, a structural analysis would be conducted to assess the wall's integrity, Nova Homes would be required to make necessary repairs prior to occupancy. Mayor Vargas, you may recall that on June 13, 2022, Alana Salazar and I met with you to further discuss our concerns. During our meeting, where was I? We expressed worries about the potential financial burden this could give to us. You acknowledged our concerns and suggested that a City of Paris engineer would assess the wall before any permits were issued. Permits have since been issued and it hasn't been assessed. Most recently, in December of 2024, I noticed 2 holes dug adjacent to the brick wall, 2 of which appear to be on my property, as they extend well beyond the retaining wall. I reached out to each of you on the council and mayor, so you can reference my email from December 28th, 2024 with pictures. I invite you to come look at the area and assess for yourself how invasive this project would be to our homes. Over half of Firebrand Avenue residents directly impacted by this project are represented here tonight. We are not in support of this project. We are increasingly concerned about the lack of communication and the potential impacts of this development on our homes and quality of life. We are asking for your support to ensure that the security of our properties and the concerns of current residents are given due consideration. I look forward to a response from each of you, and I invite you all to come out to Firebrand Avenue to see the impact that this would have on our homes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Sepulveda.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Michael Vargas, council, and staff. I'm Jerry Sepulveda, President of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce, and I just want to give a few updates regarding the chamber. So first and foremost, if any businesses are impacted by the fires, please reach out to the Paris Valley Chamber. Our staff has compiled a list of resources to help you prepare and respond to such devastation events. Also, the electricity, the power outages. So please check, and if you are a member, please check your emails. With that, the Chamber is on track for an impactful 2025. We have a full lineup of great programs, events to support our business community and entrepreneurs. We kicked off the year with the informative presentation by Riverside County Auditor Controller Ben Benoit at the monthly Good Morning Paris meeting. This year's lineup includes many elected officials, business resources, and experts in relevant fields for our members. We invite all chamber members, non-members, and community to join us, support local eateries, and have lunch with us at La Finca on Thursday, January 23rd at 12 p.m. Buy your own lunch, make new connections. The chamber has finalized the date for the next mayor's State of the City address. It will be held on Thursday, May 1st. Mark your calendars for this great annual event. And then we continue to schedule a robust calendar of events to help bolster the business community. Be on the lookout for the next installment of Vavazando, which is geared towards our Spanish-speaking business owners, the Business After 5 networking mixers, and educational workshops. And just as a resident, put the resident cap on, I would just like to thank Councilwoman Nava and the mayor for responding back to our family's email that we sent out to the council. So thank you so much for reaching back out. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Ashley Barton.
Hello, good evening. Happy New Year. I also want to say congratulations to our wonderful addition to the board, Ms. Vallejo. Thank you for your previous work on the school board, and I look forward to the positive influence you surely bring our council. My name is Ashley Barton. I am the lead facilitator of Paris Pride Alliance. We are a peer support group for 18 and older city residents who identify as LGBTQIA+, their families, and allies. We're a small but positive group, and we've come to face some challenges in the recent weeks. One of which is that my personal home has been the target of vandalism by eggs since December on a total of 3 separate occasions. One such incident was during daylight hours on Christmas Eve, and we were home. Each time it happened, my family and I checked the other houses in the neighborhood and areas, and we noticed that nobody else had gotten egged. And I'm also pretty aware that no other houses display a Progress Pride flag like we do. This is concerning, of course, because I do interpret this as a message of hate, but it's also equally concerning that eggs are so expensive. This is deranged behavior. So also for that reason, 3 of our members have been concerned for their safety and let me know. As facilitator, I wanted to reach out to the city in assistance to finding a safe indoor regular meeting space, something that would be open to the public for just 1 or 2 hours once a month. I've only really just begun this effort, but I have reached out to the library as well as the director of Bob Glass Gym. I also have with me, I forgot to bring it up, the proclamation for Pride Month that was sent to me last year, and I just wanted to say thank you for that recognition. I hope to see further efforts to support our marginalized community members. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Katie Keys.
Take your time, Katie.
Thank you so much for letting me come and speak before the mayor and the city council and the staff. I'm Katie Keys. I'm president of the Paris Valley Historical Museum. We've been a museum for 60 years in the old train depot in downtown Paris at 170 West 4th Street. We do lots of good things, and we're part of the city. We help them with things. And I just want to invite you on the 25th of January at 11 o'clock in the morning, we're going to have the Fred T. Paris Day, which we do every year, except maybe during COVID. We missed a year or 2. But we're going to honor as the pioneer, well, we call it the Heritage Family now because we're running out of pioneer families, but we've done about 30 of them. And we're going to honor the Knatzer family from Skydive Paris. They've been here since the 1970s. They've actually grown that airport into a world-renowned skydive center. And they've raised millions of dollars for charity, for cancer, for different things that they want to help. And so Ben and Diane Knatzer and Melanie will be there, I think. I'm not sure if Pat's going to be able to come or not. But it's going to be at the depot. And I want people to come and hear their story and see our museum. And we're going to have some refreshments. But they're a wonderful family, and they've done a lot for Paris, so they need to be honored. I also want to tell you that we're working on a huge project for Paris. It's actually for Clarence Muse, the actor, singer, Broadway person. He's a fabulous person that came to Paris and bought property in the 1930s. And he was very, very much involved in politics, with the council, with the chamber, and many different other organizations. And he also helped form the Paris Valley Historical Museum, and he was one of the first directors. Well, he's never been honored with the star on the Walk of Fame, and it's much deserved for him. And he put on the first Clarence Muse Art Festival I think the first one was the first day of June or something, but it was in 1964. So this would be the...
Your time is up, Katie. Thank you, Katie.
Nanette Placentia.
Hello, my name is Nanette Placencia. I just wanted to bring up, recently I sent an email to each of you individually, and it had to do about Paris being a sanctuary city. My thing is, I just wanted to know if we were, and I know that Los Angeles is. I don't know if the declaring of the state itself being a sanctuary city. But either way, I feel that if we are, we need to make it more noticeable and out there for families so they could feel safe and protected. In general, a sanctuary city is a community with a policy written or underwritten that discourages local law enforcement from reporting the immigration status of individuals unless it involves investigation of a serious crime. I ask you all to please clarify that you support an ordinance that prohibits the use of city resources, including personnel and property, from being used for immigration enforcement or to cooperate with federal immigration agents pursuing immigration enforcement. There are also a lot of examples that the city themselves can take on and adopt. An example could be preventing city resources from being used for immigration resources. Another one is preventing city employees from assisting ICE when the primary purpose is immigration enforcement. Could also prohibit city employees from giving immigration authorities special access to city facilities. Also, you can prevent city employees from gathering or sharing information about documentation status unless it's legally required. I ask that you help make our residents and families continue to feel safe and make sure you support making Paris a sanctuary city, and email me back about this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danielle Woodard. Danielle Woodard.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Danielle Woodard, and I recently moved to Paris and bought my first new home. Thank you for your beautiful city. But we have seemed to come where we have a homeless problem near our house. I've called the sheriff. They go out. All they can do is speak to them and ask them if they want to use the resources that are in place, but we continue to have this ongoing problem, and it's growing. It started at Winco on Ethernac and Case, And now it's moving into our actual neighborhood, which is the Seasons at Green Valley Ranch on Ethanak and Murrieta. Today, we noticed that there's an encampment there on the field that is very dry, and they have lights and things of that nature out there. And we are in a very, very, we're very in fear of a fire starting or them starting a fire because it's cold out there and we know they want to stay warm. And we just are very uncomfortable with this situation. And if you could please help us with this challenge, we would greatly appreciate it.
Have you reached out before to anybody, or is this first time coming to the city?
This is my first time
I have a
addressing
staff
with
member,
this.
go get your name and information. Your councilman for that district happens to sit on the homeless task force, so that's going to be a great start for you to start. I would like you to have a conversation with him.
Okay.
He can bring it back and talk with staff and then see how we can help. We know exactly what you're talking about, the issues, so.
Okay,
They're going to send down his business card as well.
okay.
Thank you
And
so
can
much.
we
I appreciate
just-
you coming down here and talking about it.
Thank you so much for listening to me. I
Yes.
appreciate that as well.
Sure. Welcome to Paris.
Thank you.
Douglas Corona.
Hello, council members and mayor. So I just want to come with to commend you guys all, and especially council member Nava for constantly always advocating for our community. She finally, you guys brought sidewalks to my area, so which is awesome. So finally concretize that, and so I'm sure you guys realize the importance of that. I mean, as a father, as a resident, I get to walk my children down the sidewalk, no longer in the street, especially now it's starting to get a little darker. And so it's a lot safer now. And so I just want to say thanks and keep up the great job. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arnulfo Rodriguez.
How many more do you have? Three more. So call all three, they can have them sit up in front.
Arnulfo Rodriguez, Javier Valdivia, Victor Mancilla, Alana Salazar.
Who was the first name?
Arnulfo Rodriguez,
Mr. Rodriguez, are you here? What's the next one?
Javier Valdivia,
Javier?
Victor Mancilla,
Victor? Does he need a translator? Did you turn a slip in, sir? Well, this is for anything that's not on the agenda. For each what?
Let me check. Alana Salazar. Go right ahead. Yes.
Hello, good evening. I believe some of the residents here came up earlier. This is in regards to a property that are being built behind on Medical Center and Flame Avenue. Mayor Vargas, I believe we met back on June 13th, 2022, to the concerns that we have of the properties, I believe the townhomes that are being built. We feel like many here, myself and the residents, it is unjust that our homes are being impacted and encroached upon. And the only answer I've ever received from the city is that the wall will be assessed before occupancy is allowed. When we discussed back in June, we were told that no permits would be issued before the wall was assessed. Now we're hearing that permits are being issued for grading. Our concern is the integrity of the wall. Also, crime in the area and traffic. I myself and many other residents have dealt with crime, cars being stolen, houses being broken into, and we are under the understanding that these homes are going to be used as rentals. Usually rentals raise crime in the area and also traffic. So I'm asking that all of you take our concerns seriously and that your response is just and practical to our constituents rather than just outsiders who are coming into the community and looking to turn financial profit. So we are also asking, our property has already been drilled upon, looking as like they're already starting to build a wall. And part of the property that they're drilling on is my property line. And they're also not respecting the 5 feet. So they're already past the retaining wall where our property line is at. So we ask that, we are requesting a surveyor to come out and assess the property lines. So we know exactly where our property lines are and that they attach no block wall to ours. Our wall is already fragile, so we ask that, that you guys take our concerns seriously. Our homeowners here and stuff, it's a concern for us. It really is, as far as privacy, traffic, and safety. Thank you.
Cynthia, do me a favor and send me, just me, an email so I can set up a meeting with you folks in my office. I am going to Washington for a conference this Thursday through Sunday, so it'll be sometime next week or the week after, so we can have a talk, okay?
Thank you.
Sure.
Shane Isis. Sorry.
Hello, Council. I want to start by taking a moment of silence for everyone lost in the wildfires in Los Angeles. So if we can get a quick moment of silence, that'd be great. Thank you. The reason I call an attention to that is because the hardest pill to swallow with these wildfires is to understand that it's all based on climate change. You know, in the city of Paris, I see an unchecked growth in the logistics industry. And one of the main contributors to pollution is diesel trucks. And today, of all days, the EPA, the state of California has abandoned its phase out of diesel trucks with the incoming administration. I just want us to be on the right side of this issue. You know, this isn't a red issue, this isn't a blue issue, this is a green issue. This is an issue where we need to start a fundamental change into saving our planet. Because if we don't, LA won't be the last city to burn. The IE is really prone to wildfires. You know, I'm from the city of Moreno Valley, but I work for the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. And we are a big proponent of environmental safety by starting with the root fundamental problem, which is our habits. And I look at the agenda today and I see a bunch of things that we can look at from a different lens, the lens of environmental justice, to make sure that this city, along with all the cities that we serve in the Inland Empire, have a chance to not burn. But I don't see that trend happening. And it's not just here. So I ask that with these new plans and projects, we start looking for new solutions. Warehousing that somehow includes mitigation, like batteries for when power gets shut off. You know, plans in place so that families who do suffer from these rolling blackouts have a place to go. I want us all to win, and I think there is a solution to win. But I would call on all of you sitting on this dais to look at it from a lens that will not let this city burn. Thank you for all of your time, and thank you for all you do for the city.
Thank you.
Liani Ochoa. Liani? Yes.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. How are you guys? Thank you guys for being here and for listening to me. I'm part of the blackout. If you guys see, I have a toddler with me. It's freezing in my house. I'm trying to figure out what's going on and why it's so many days and weeks and consecutive months that this is happening to us. It's absurd. It really is absurd. And here's another thing, Mayor, that I did today. I went with my friend Lupe Gomez. She drove me because I can't get my Tesla out of my garage. Can't lift the thing, right? Because I need electricity. She drives me down to the senior center, and they're like, "Oh, we can't help you." I'm like, "I need to plug my phone." They're like, "We ain't got none." What's going on? How are you guys helping us? Organic milk here, organic eggs. I have to throw everything away. I need help. So the guy gives me your card. I'm like, what am I going to do with this? We need ice trucks. We need you guys to post papers. My neighbor has a kid that's autistic. The kid doesn't want to come home. He's at the hotel in Moreno Valley. He's autistic. He doesn't want to come home. He's scared of the dark. What are we supposed to do? We need more help and partnership from the city with Edison. That's what we need. We need partnership. Come help us. Post on the doors for people that don't speak the language. My best friend is Ukrainian. Her sister's in town, just got a home, doesn't understand the English. If it wasn't for my best friend, they can't communicate with these people. My neighbor next door, she's like 80. She has COVID. I'm on the same street as Rita Rogers. Rita Rogers hasn't come around and been like, how can I help you guys? What can we do? Can I drive you down? Can we get vouchers from the 70 million you guys got in reserve to the restaurants in town so we can feed our kids? My son is at basketball. I had to get the coaches to drive him because I can't get my car out of the garage. Got a toddler. It's freezing. I'm here. We need help. Partnership. Partnership with Edison, Mayor. Help us out. Waters, anything. I need ice for the milk. From here, I have to leave, pick up more milk. Food for Less. Give us vouchers, something. Partnership, please. I'm asking for all of you guys. Come down. Come be with us. Tonight, we're going to be in the cold. We're going to be in the cold. It's ongoing. It's every month. This can't continue to happen. Let's black out different areas. One day here, one day there. One day everywhere. Not the same areas. This is crazy. Tonight, I'll be showering at Lupe Gomez's house after I pick up my kids from basketball. She's offering her home to us. Where's the part?
Thank you.
Jacqueline Mazzara.
Good evening. This is my first time here, but I'm gonna piggyback off of her. I had somebody try to get into my house on Friday night because I didn't have light. I have 2 small children, and I'm scared. Right now, my power is off. I don't know when it's gonna come back. Like her, I also have, small kids. My food has rotten. I'm not going to the store right now. Some of the new homes, my cousin lives in it, and in order for you to take a shower, it's electric. So if we don't have power, we can't shower. And from my understanding, I know that the new constructions, most of the power lines are under the ground. So I don't understand why only in our area, from Murrieta, Evans, and all that, it's blacked out when all of our power lines are underground. I don't see any other area being blacked out like mine. I called the cops on Friday. They didn't come to my house to take a report. They just said they went around to search for suspects, but nobody's gonna tell them, oh yeah, it was me, I was trying to break down a door. So I really would hope if you guys can have more patrols or see what they can do for us, because this is unacceptable. We have to go to work, we have to shower, our kids have to go to school. So please, hear us, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That is all.
All right, thank you. Item 9 is approval of minutes. 9A is consideration to approve the minutes of the regular joint meeting held on December 10th, 2024 of the City Council and all the other entities as listed on the agenda. There are no comments or questions from council. I entertain a motion to approve.
No.
It's not on their screen. Just showing that it says roll call, but,
Should we just do a verbal?
We'll do verbal.
well, what, are you done trying?
Yeah.
All right, do a roll call.
All right, I'll do a motion. Oh, are we just voting on it?
No, we got to do a motion. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll do a motion to approve the minutes for the regular meeting held on December 12th, 2024.
Nava, second.
Roll call vote, please. No, go ahead and vote. They'll see it on the screen.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. All right, council, if nobody objects, I'm going to move up item 12A. This is the appointment of the planning commissioners before we move on to our consent calendar. So 12A is our consideration to appoint an applicant to fill the vacant seat on the Planning Commission until June 30th, 2025. This will be introduced by Director of Services Kenneth Fung.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Back in November of last year, Councilmember Corona requested that due to the fact that we remove former Commissioner Lupe Gomez, that we should pursue an appointment of new commissioner. So at this point, as part of that process, the mayor would appoint, subject to the majority vote of the City Council, and that concludes my presentation.
Very good. All right, this time I'm going to turn it over to, actually not yet. So now what we're going to do is how many do we have? 5?
There's five candidates.
All right, so Madam Clerk, if you will call, no specific order doesn't matter, just call each. If you have them already alphabetical, that's fine. You're going to call them up individually. Is everybody here, the applicants? Where are you? Come on up and sit up front, please. That's 4. Where's our 5th one? All right, we'll worry about that when that time comes. Go ahead and call. So what's going to happen, guys, we're going to give you 2 minutes to come up here and talk about why you should be picked as the next planning commissioner. When all 4 of you or 5, if the 5th person's here, when you're all done, then I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney, and she's going to she'll do the process. Basically, what we're just going to tally up. We're going to vote on a piece of paper. We'll pass them on down to her. She'll tally up. The person with the most votes will be the selected person back to me to say that this is going to be my appointment and I need the council to ratify it. Got it? All right. So Madam Clerk, please call the first one.
James Finney.
That might be our one that's absent.
James Finney.
Go ahead,
Nope.
next one.
Jillian Menez.
Hello. Good evening. I I'm very well acquainted with the city council meetings and the planning commission meetings. As such, I know how they work. I know a lot of the different processes that these developments have to go through, and I have seen the decisions being made and how they're shaping our city. I have a lot of various ideas for the city, one of which I know that Paris is in a really unique location. We're directly between San Diego, Los Angeles. We have the lake. I think we have a really good opportunity to build up that vision of a recreation and tourism location. I think that would be wonderful. I do recognize that we have the general plan to work with, and I'm very well versed with that as well. And I think that I have a lot of good input to give in. I'm really well connected with our residents, really tapped in with the local city members. And I think that I can do a lot of good. I have an ear to the residents. I am a resident. I've lived here my whole life. I have a vision for the city that I think is one that should be really considered. And I hope that you consider me to be able to carry out that vision. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Madam Clerk, are you running a timer?
Tamika Simmons.
Hello, council members. My name is Tamika Simmons. I am currently a planner and have been in the planning space for several years now. I have done planning in various aspects of the planning realm, including coastal planning, cannabis planning, dealing with in-house infrastructure, rebuilding. Actually, I'm doing a project now. Prayers to my LA County family. I work for the Department of Beaches and Harbors. We lost our maintenance yard at Will Rogers Beach, so I will be applying for permits for that. And also just, I love the city of Paris. I moved here a few years ago, but have very strong ties from several years back. I see the direction Paris is going, and I want to be a part of that. I want to help to shape and design the city in conjunction with the general plan and the development code. I've also worked zoning enforcement, so I know a little something about cleaning up the city and making sure things are done properly, and just making sure that the businesses and the developments that come into the city are shaped and tailored to the needs of the members of the city council, and the various communities surrounding and affected by the planning choices that we make here. So that concludes my speech. Sorry, I'm a little hoarse. Not partying though, but just a little hoarse. And if you have any questions for me, please feel to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons.
Michael Steele.
How you doing? My name is Michael Steele. Thank you very much for accepting my application. I appreciate that. I've been in the city for 48 years. I've been here for a very long time. I have seen the city grow from the 80s to the 90s to what it is today. And I like the track the way it's going. And I want to be a part of that. I've heard the public basically saying that they don't want no more warehouses, which I understand. That's true. We don't want no more warehouses. I totally understand that. But I also understand that we have to have some warehouses, because I know the warehouses do fund some activities, like I believe the toy giveaway, and they also fund a lot of our parks. So I know there has to be some kind of, I guess, mitigation or some kind of, I guess, something to regulate some of those. I don't know if there's any of that in place, but possibly maybe something like that. And that's pretty much about it. I hope you accept me.
Thank you.
Eric Walker.
Good evening, City Council and staff. I'm excited about this opportunity primarily because of my little boys. I'm a family man and speak with a lot of families, and just being a part of shaping the future with thoughtful leadership. I've never been so tuned to watching the council meetings and the work that the chair, the current chair, is doing, Dwayne, with the decision-making, the thoughtful processes to ensure not only the growth, but a steady cooperation. I think my tone behind the scenes regarding this role is in line with what I'm saying here in terms of just conversation about cooperation. There is a lot of naysayers about the city of Paris, and for me, I hear about so much growth and opportunity, and I want to be a part of just sharing that in a collective fashion with the team that's here. Michael Vargas, I've heard and I've some things that you've mentioned, even regarding the last about the warehouse Bronx, so much rationale understanding, and I think that is missing to have that type of collaboration with you all, and so that's what I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. All right, Madam Clerk, you pass out the ballots to the council and I. Oh, that's right, yeah. You have our names on them, right? That's good, okay. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
No, sir.
All right, so at this time, council, you're going to select one out of the five, or technically, well, you could still do James, even though he's not here. And then we'll pass them down to our city clerk and our city attorney, and she will tally them up.
Mr. Mayor, there are 3 votes for Jillian Menes. It's council, it's, and I guess, and well, let me just say 1 vote for Tamika Simmons and 1 vote for Eric Walker. Councilman Rapp voted for Eric Walker. Mayor, you yourself voted for Tamika Simmons, and the remaining 3 council members, Councilwoman Nava, Councilwoman Vallejo, and Councilman Corona voted for Jillian Menes.
Very good, thank you. All right, thank you, everybody, for your participation. And Jillian, just remain out there. A staff member is going to come out to you and let you know the next steps. All right, and I appreciate your guys' time again and efforts, and please don't let hold back. There'll be more opportunities again. All right, going back to consent calendar. Consent calendar are items that normally enacted in one motion. The mayor or the city council may remove a consent calendar item for a separate action. Public comment will be allowed and limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir, for item 10C.
10A as in apple?
C.
C as in cat? Yes. I was way off. Who is it?
Derek Barber.
Good evening, Council. Derek
Sorry,
Barber,
Mr.
Richland.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize. Before we move on, can you please have the council vote on the ratification of the Planning Commission appointment?
Yeah, we did skip that process, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the mayor's obligations to make the appointment, so I make the motion to appoint Jillian Menez as their next planning commissioner. I need a second.
I'll second that.
Second by Ms. Corona. Call the vote. It's my appointment, yes. Mayor and
It's working, everything's working.
just call the vote now. All right, now it's official.
5-0, motion approved.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Okay, Mr. Barber. Derek, you're up.
Thank you. Derek Barber, Richland Communities. I just wanted to really thank city staff and the council. Ethan Eck Bridge, which is the item you're talking about right now, is something we've been working on since 2013. I was looking back to agendas, and actually, I think he's still here tonight if he has. Habib was part of it. Clara, I think, was part of it, and Richard Bermudez. So it goes back quite a ways till it took almost 15 years to get here today to finally fund this bridge. I'm really excited about moving it forward. To date, Richland's funded $1.5 million in fees, $3.6 million in design, permitting, and mitigation, for a total of about $5 million towards this bridge. But it wouldn't be without the city for bringing in John Porkazami and his whole team, working with RCTC and WRCOG, getting the remaining funds to make this bridge a reality. So it really is a partnership with the city. We really value that partnership. With the bridge, it eventually unlocks about 2,000 homes within the parish, another probably times 2 that within Riverside County. You can see it improves commuting times, fire response, emergency access. This is a flood area, fire area, and right now we don't have any great access to this area. So this is really the first step to getting us, filling in the corridor of Ethan Eck Expressway. And I know tonight's already gone very long, and you're going to have to hear from me later, so I don't want to go too long because you'll probably shoot me, Mayor Vargas. So thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, staff. Appreciate it a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
That is all.
Okay, council, if you have no comments or questions, I'm looking for a motion. And a second. This is on everything, unless anybody has one thing to pull.
Yes, Mayor, I am hoping to pull item 10J as in Julie.
10-day. Just for a separate vote or comment discussion?
Just discussion, comments.
Anything else, anybody? All right, so we're going for 10A through M, excluding J. I have a motion by Councilman Corona, second by Councilman Rab. Please call the vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. Okay, item J, Councilwoman Nava.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to start off by thanking staff and the Parks and Rec Committee for this item, the installation of new playground equipment. We've heard from constituents mentioning how hot it gets, especially in the summer months, playing without any shade structures. So my question to staff is there any way to, even without a shade structure, but potentially adding some trees strategically to make sure that there is shade throughout, maybe not the entire day, but at least some portion of the day?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Yes, there is. So we've already started discussing that to strategically add some trees around the playground and other features that we have out there. So before the playground kicks off, the construction of the playground, we can already start that process.
Okay, thank you. And I know that's near the fitness court as well. So just to be mindful of shading, because as of now, we just have the picnic structure, which I know is getting replaced as well.
Correct.
But that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Those are all my comments for that item.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just want to piggyback, because we did have a pretty good discussion on that before, and I thought the direction was to, as we start building new parks, we throw shade covers. We had a really good guest speaker, a little young lady who came in there asking to please shade their toy or play area. Okay, thank you.
Oh, if I could just speak on that. Okay, so I know we have discussed it. It's just the price tag is very high. So I mean, it's if it's something that we can't have the playground without a shade structure, I'm very more than happy to entertain it. But just know that this price tag that we're gonna send to the council is gonna be much higher. For example, Mr. Ramirez, what would be? I'm not talking about the whole playground area, but just a portion that's like the netted area in that playground. How much would it be for that?
So the main feature for that playground comes shaded because it has different levels. So that takes care of that. Just to add additional coverage for shade for the other two features would cost an additional $200,000 to $300,000.
Right. So I mean, you know, and people have brought it up like, hey, why aren't we shading the skating area and stuff like that? I mean, there's, you know, and then at the same time, I mean, kids are playing soccer in the open fields, and you know, we can't shade the whole field. So it does come. I'm very happy to entertain it. Whoever's going to sit on the Parks and Rec, whether it's myself or whoever else. But just know it's going to come with a hefty price tag, though.
Well, I mean, you can't compare that to a skate park. These playgrounds are constructed of steel.
Well, for this one, it's going to be. Well, maybe you want to explain to Mr. Ramirez.
Yeah, there's different material, but the beams, yes, are steel.
No, but the actual playground material, like.
Oh, there's different material that also for weather conditions. So when it
Like
gets
the
hot-
slide, what is a slide?
Correct.
It's not metal?
No, it's not metal. It's a
not- and it's
material
not a-
that's used so it doesn't absorb the heat
Oh, good.
as much. So we're strategic in that sense.
And the areas that they stand on and walk when they get to the slide and all that and climb up?
Yeah,
the
a lot of
ladder
it
and all
is
that?
the rope features that we're incorporating into this playground, so the rope doesn't get hot.
Good. All right, very good. Anybody else? All right, looking for a motion on 10C. Have a motion by Councilman Rab, second by Councilman Corona. Please call the vote. 10J, I'm sorry. Call the vote, please.
Motion approved.
Thank you. Okay, takes to item 11, public hearings. 10A is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order regarding annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3, Park West, to the city maintenance districts. Tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3 are located south of Nuevo Road near Evans Road. This will be introduced by our city engineer, John Porcazimi.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. This item can be presented by Wilden, our consultant, Daniel Louis, if you wish, or we can waive the presentation.
As we
and
did the
call for
last
votes.
meeting.
Yes,
So let's do the first one, so everybody understands the process, and we can waive the ones after that. How's that?
Thank you, Mayor.
You can do your short version.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. This is the annexation of the Park West Tracks 31157, 31157-1, -2, and -3 to the maintenance districts. As a condition of approval, the project's required to annex. The proposed maximum annual assessment is $869,854.72. On November 12th, 2024, council approved resolution setting the public hearing for tonight. At this time, staff is asking mayor to conduct a public hearing. Following public hearing, the city clerk is to open the ballots. There are 3 ballots. There are 3 property owners and 1 ballot per district for a total of 9 ballots. If there's no majority protest, then we may consider adopting the resolutions and confirming the annexation.
Thank you. Council, do we have any quick questions or comments? Okay, we're going to open up the public hearing at 8:04. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
No, sir.
All right. Anybody wishing to speak on this item at this time? Hearing and seeing none, we'll close this public hearing at 8:05. I'll ask the city clerk to open up the 9 ballots.
City of Paris annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3, maintenance district number 84-1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3, maintenance district number 84-1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3, maintenance district number 84-1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3 to benefit zone 192, landscape maintenance district number 1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3 to benefit zone 192, landscape maintenance district number 1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3 to benefit zone 156, flood control maintenance district number 1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3 to benefit zone 156, flood control maintenance district number 1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3 to benefit Zone 156, Flood Control Maintenance District Number 1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3 to benefit Zone 192, Landscape Maintenance District Number 1. The ballot is marked yes. That is all.
Thank you. Okay, this time I'll call for a motion on the three resolutions. A motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Councilman Corona. Please call the vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. 11B is consideration to adopt proposed resolution numbers next in order regarding annexation of tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3 of the Park West to CFD 1S, that's the South Paris Public Services. Annexation number 13, tracks 31157, 31157-1, 31157-2, and 31157-3 are located south of Nuevo near Evans Road. And at this time, we are going to waive the presentation. If there are no questions from the council or comments, I'm going to open up the public hearing. 8:11. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
No, sir.
Anybody wishing to speak on this item at this time? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing at 8:11. And I'll call for a motion on the first resolution. I have a motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Councilman Rab. Please call the vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you open the three ballots, please?
Community Facilities District Number 1S, South Paris Public Services of the City of Paris, Annexation Number 13, Special Tax and Appropriations Limit Election. The ballot is marked yes. Community Facilities District Number 1S, South Paris Public Services of the City of Paris, Annexation Number 13, Special Tax and Appropriations Limit Election. The ballot is marked yes. Community Facilities District Number 1S, South Paris Public Services of the City of Paris, Annexation Number 13, Special Tax and Appropriations Limit Election. The ballot is marked yes.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll call for a motion on the second resolution. I have a motion by Councilman Rab, second by Councilwoman Vallejo. Please call the vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. 11C is consideration to continue off-calendar General Plan Amendment GPA 22-05326, a zone change 22-05327, TPM 22-05328, TPM 38600, and the Development Plan Review DPR 22-00030, continued from the November 12th, 2024 meeting. A proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of a 412,348 square foot industrial warehouse building on 19.9 acres located at the northeast corner of Sherman Road and Ethanek Road. General plan amendment and zone change to change the land use designation of the entire property from community commercial to light industrial. Tentative partial map to consolidate 10 existing parcels into one lot. And 3, development plan review for review of the site plan and building elevations. The applicant is Noah Shi from Hillwood. This will be introduced by our Director of Development Services, Mr. Kenneth Fung.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. After the project was noticed, the applicant sent us an email saying they want to continue the project. They want to consider the project further. So at this time, the request is for the council to continue this project off calendar.
Very good, thank you. Any quick questions or comments before I open up the public hearing? Councilman Corona?
Yeah, why are they continuing it? Like what changes are they making?
I don't know. The applicant should be here with a representative, and they can explain that further. They just provided us a very short, brief email explaining that they want to further evaluate the viability of the project.
Is there anybody here from the?
They should be here. We asked them to have their attorney or their representative.
Anybody here for the Hillwood project?
Okay. Now, do they have a date set? Just bring it back whenever?
Whenever, at this point, we don't know. Just completely off calendar. Whenever it's ready, it would have to be re-noticed, be sent to the public and everyone else.
Like starting all over again?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Rabb?
I'll withdraw my request to speak. Just to note, we originally on 11/12/2024, the council motioned and voted to continue this matter to 1/28/25. Mysteriously, this item, without the consult of the full council, appeared, not judging its merits or anything. It's just, it was meant to be heard on 1/28/25. But I'll make the motion to take it off calendar indefinitely.
Any other comments? Okay, let me open up the public hearing first. I'm going to open up the public hearing at 8:17. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir. Shane Ises.
Hello, council. I'll make it brief. As the city continues to grow with these warehouses, you see a continued increase in pollution and environmental impacts. I hope that you all take into consideration my comment earlier and start looking through things from an environmental justice lens. The city deserves better, and we wish to not have another warehouse in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Nanette Placentia.
Good evening. I ask that you take it to a vote and vote to deny the warehouse like the Planning Commission did. The developer had plenty of time to discuss alternatives to his project. Honestly, for him not being here, there's a reason why he's not here, or her, she's not here. They know that where the warehouse is going to be placed is not a good area for it to be at. And that's why they didn't show up. They know that it's on the calendar for today. I know, I'm pretty sure they know. So I think it's important that you take it to a vote and just vote to deny it. However, I think that They honestly just really have no intention of taking the warehouse out of, the equation of what they want there. So they just want a private, continuous, off-calendar meet with you all. And they want it without the residents being involved. The area has no purpose for a warehouse there. We all know it. It's meant for homes and restaurants and family gatherings in that area. I ask that you take it up right now and just vote no on it now and be done with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Franco Pacheco.
Do we have a lot of speakers on this?
Yes.
Well, then we need, hold on, Mr. Franco, can you call them up to the front?
Okay. We have Franco Pacheco, Carla Cervantes, and Joaquin Castillejos.
Carla and Joaquin, can you please come up to the front and be ready to speak? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Franco.
Hello, Council. My name's Franco Pacheco with the Inland Valley Alliance for Environmental Justice. And I think the Planning Commission already denied this project, and the fact that Hillwood is not even here to explain why they want to continue it off calendar, the council should uphold the denial and just put it up to vote right now and deny the project. If they're going to review the project, they can come up with a whole new project that's better suited for the area. We have been oversaturated by warehousing in our area already. We need a change into a direction that gives the city more resources. This is how you create good, safe communities, is with lots of resources in lots of different areas, not just warehousing. So I ask that you guys take it to a vote and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carla Cervantes, and I ask that you guys uphold the Planning Commission decision to deny this project. We know that the city of Paris, not just us, but people just all over the city of Paris are starved for restaurants, for different things other than warehouses, and the Planning Commission, which sometimes does allow warehouses, said that this particular project does not fit into that area. There's a lot of environmental impacts that will happen because of this project. We don't need anything. We don't need anything more that's going to contribute to the air pollution in this area, the noise pollution, and of course, the traffic pollution. And so we want, I'm asking that you guys just go ahead and uphold the decision, deny the project. If Hillwood really cared about this project, they would be here, and they're not. And so I ask that you consider what the residents have to say, not just here, the ones that are here, but the ones that are also on social media saying we don't need any more warehouses in this area. We need restaurants. We need a more diverse opportunities in these areas. So I ask that you guys uphold the Planning Commission decision in denying this project and just going ahead with the vote now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joaquin Castillejos.
Good evening, City Council, staff, and community. My name is Joaquin. I am with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, and I'm here today to speak in support of the decision by the Planning Commission. I believe that, the reason they made this decision, as others have said already, is because they see that this project does not mix well with the area that it's in and could bring risk and dangers that should not be in these areas that are meant for community, meant for residential or commercial, meant for properties that will bring more benefit to the community. I think as, we have all seen the community of Paris, not only in the meetings, but on social media and beyond, have stated their opposition to the continued development of warehousing and raising their concerns about the increased risk of respiratory diseases because of pollution, the increased risk of traffic accidents because of the increase of big rigs on the road. And these are concerns that we should take seriously and we should take into consideration when we're making these decisions. And it seemed like the Planning Commission did take this into consideration, and I hope that the City Council does as well. We should be planning for the future of Paris, and the future of Paris should not be only warehouses, but should be a vibrant, diverse economic base that will serve for the community not only now, but in years to come. It is a major concern right now to be approving warehouses for the reason of jobs or economic benefit to Paris, when we know for a fact that most warehouses are going almost 100% automatic. Right now we're seeing 80-90%. In the future it will be even more. What kind of benefits would those bring to the community? What kind of jobs would they bring? We need real jobs for the community, and if we approve warehouses now, we'll face the consequences in the future when they're all automized, and the economy will fall flat. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all.
All right, this time I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:25. And back to the council for any further discussion. I know we have a motion. Councilman Corona?
Oh, I think Councilman Rab was in front of me. Is that-
Councilman Rab, did you want to have more discussion?
Just, I was listening to many of the speakers, I asked the city attorney if we were to move forward and vote one way or the other on this without the applicant here, given that the council originally voted to schedule this for January 28th, would be risking ourselves, exposing ourselves to a lawsuit under due process plans because they haven't had an opportunity to present their project, whether it be bad or good?
Actually, because you don't have a resolution of denial or approval before you tonight, if the council wants to do anything other than taking it off calendar, the council would have to vote no to take it off calendar, but instead vote to continue it to the next meeting, and then staff can bring back resolution of denial and approval, and council can take action at that time.
Thank you. And I have a question for Ms. Miramontes regarding the January 28th meeting. How is the schedule looking for the 28th? Because I know this was originally continued November 10th, and I know there's some items already getting packed onto the 28th. I would hate that we put it on one date, and then we go through the whole process of getting all these fine people from both sides here, and then we get to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and then a lot of the people have to go home to their families, and then we end up continuing it. How's it looking? Because I already know that there's already like an appeal coming back on that date. So my concern is that we continue it to that date, and then we just have the same what's happening today, where it goes late, residents aren't allowed to be heard, and we end up not getting fully able to discuss the item at a decent time.
Yes, Councilman Rab, Mayor Pro Tem Rab. Currently, at this time, there is one scheduled appeal item from a planning commission project as a public hearing at this time. But there are no other discussion items scheduled for that meeting as of right now.
Okay. My comment, I'd reiterate my motion based on the fact that it is taken off calendar. Given how the council is currently constituted, I don't see it passing one way or the other unless they want to go back and revise it. Putting it on calendar on the 28th, we would just be wasting everyone's time, spending time, countless hours, that staff could be with their family, that all these people could be with their family, and it would basically be the same result as if we did get it on calendar and voted it one way or the other on the 28th.
What? I'm a little lost. What's your direction?
And my motion would be to continue it, to just take it off calendar, per the applicant's request.
And before I continue, I need to understand your clarification. Are we subject to a lawsuit because this was scheduled for the 28th?
No, that's not what I said. I said that if the council is not inclined to take this off calendar, they can. Their other option would be to vote to continue it to another date where they can take action. I was simply saying that tonight, because the staff report doesn't have a resolution of denial or a resolution of approval, the council cannot take formal action to deny or approve. That's all I was saying.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, Councilman Corona, do you want?
Yeah, I think I fully understood it. I mean, I know, I'm not sure if anybody's confused out there, but we're not voting to approve this industrial project or not. It's not something that we're voting on today. What we are doing is voting whether to consider that they basically aren't bringing this project on, at a later date, or whether we deny their proposal and we actually hear them out on the 28th. I'm just upset that they didn't send us an email or anything, or just didn't even bring out anybody over here to tell us what they're going to be looking at, right? Because as of right now, it's not zoned for industrial. So what are they going to be doing instead? So they just kind of been wasting their time anyways here. So I mean, part of me just says, no, let's have them come back here, explain what you guys want to do. I mean, if they want to do it real quick in 5 minutes, that's fine. But we didn't get an email. We didn't get a phone call. They couldn't send a representative here. I'm kind of actually upset with Hillwood. That's the comments I have.
Anybody else? All right, so were you modifying your motion?
My motion is just to continue it indefinitely. To take it off calendar, yes, that's per the applicant. That way we don't have to go through the whole process of coming back on the 28th and going to a presentation, going through all the speakers. It's off calendar.
Good with that.
I mean, that's what they wanted, but I still want at least an email or something.
Well, that's a motion. One second.
If I may, Mayor?
Sure.
There is an attachment in the staff report, an email from the applicant that does state they wish to continue this item to a non-specified date in the future. In the meantime, they will be analyzing the feasibility of the project and the potential for additional revisions. That was it.
So was there did anybody talk to them? Like, do they want to continue to do a rezone? Is that what their plan is?
Our understanding, they want to continue to evaluate whether they're even going to move forward with the project or not, or make changes. So the rezone is still on the table.
Right.
All right, and my understanding, Madam Attorney, is because it's not on the agenda to vote to deny it, it's just to take it off. Then I understand what Councilman Rabb is saying, vote to take it off and then put it on the calendar with he's saying the 28th or?
No, I'm saying take it off, and then they can reach out to each of the council members, and if each of the council members makes it clear where they stand, they can reevaluate if they want to move forward with the project that was presented at the Planning Commission, or if they want to scrap the project, or if they want to do a hybrid project. But coming on the 28th is just going to be a waste of everyone's time, just based on hearing out everyone over the last few years and personal beliefs I may or may not have. I don't think it'll just be a waste of everyone's time.
That's fair enough, too. I mean, regardless, we can't make a vote to deny it.
No, yeah, that's not what we're voting here. But say if we were to vote for them to come back and we hear the project out and they have the project and they do something and then we vote no on it, they can't bring the project back for at least a year? Okay. So no matter what, even if we vote no on it, it doesn't kill it forever, it just kills it for a year. So I'm willing to agree to compromise and put it where they cannot bring it for a year from January 28th.
So if I may, currently, there's a motion to continue it off calendar. You can, if there is a substitute motion, you can continue it to January 2026, if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Well, if their project is active and it's not denied, then there is a body of law called the Permit Streamlining Act that requires cities to take the application to hearing within a certain time limit unless the applicant voluntarily agrees to waive those timelines. So we can't, as a council, you can't, as a council body, continue it for a year. But they can choose to say, okay, that's fine, you don't have to hear it for a year, if that makes sense.
But the applicant's not here to say if they agree to that or not, so.
I understand that issue.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, sorry, a clarification. So, in conclusion, it's up to them to decide if they want to bring it in or not. So we can't really do much about it.
No, you could choose to continue it to another hearing date and say, we want to deal with this. We want finality. We want to know, we want to either deny it or approve it or show up and explain yourself and let us know how long you want to continue it to. I mean, one option is that the council can say, someone can make a motion that you continue it maybe for a month, like three hearings from now, 4 hearings from now, to give them the time that's needed to meet with every council person and see if there's a modification that makes more sense for the community. And if it doesn't, then the city says, we will hear it then in 2 months, because we don't want to have this lingering out there for a year. Or they can explain at that point what they're up to, and if it's something that the council wants them to go back to the planning commission, then you can take it off calendar at that point and say, okay, go back to the planning commission and rework this.
Thank you.
Could we turn the microphones on, sorry, so that there aren't any side discussions here, because we do have public.
So the question I had, for full transparency was, can we send it back to the planning commission?
Not tonight,
Not
but
tonight,
what I
okay.
was, yes, what I was saying is, if you don't want to just take it off calendar indefinitely, you can say, okay, let's continue it to 4 meetings from now. Then that way the applicant has sufficient time to reach out, see if the project makes sense. Council can decide, we want you to go back to planning commission. At that point, you can make that decision.
So we can't say 20 meetings for now, right? That's not.
You can, no, without their consent.
Okay.
So it's two options, guys. It's either you take it off as they want it, or continue it, and we can specify a date now. And I think there was a motion right now, which was to just, well, you just motioned to take it off calendar?
Yes. And I'll just make the side comment, everyone's welcome to meet with the developer and give their full, the developer's probably been watching these meetings, they probably know where they stand on this.
All right, your motion is just take it off calendar. Do you have a second? You don't want to what?
I'm not seconding, because I would like to see this applicant come in and make a decision once and for all. I feel like it's completely disrespectful, to be honest, for them to not even send at least one representative tonight. I had an abundance of questions to ask, and I don't feel they're giving Paris the time it deserves. And so I think if not on the 28th meeting, I'm okay with a month, giving them a month to come back. And by then, I hope that they're bringing a project that will conform to the commercially zoned area. And they have made some major upgrades and have really revised this project in order for us to consider it again. Again, our time is valuable, so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, time is valuable tonight. Madam City Manager, how's the second month of February? Do you have your sheet?
I don't have it with me, but the first meeting in February, we also do have an appeal for another.
Not the first, I said the
the second
second meeting in
meeting,
February. Any idea?
Yeah, I don't think we have any, Kenneth, do we have any public hearing appeals?
We don't have any notable item on the 25th at this point.
It's the 25th? All right, would you look into amending your motion to move it to the 25th?
Yes, I'd
And-
make a motion that we continue this item to the 25th to reevaluate the project.
But I want the language in there so that we can make a vote,
Absolutely,
so we get this done and over with. It's not fair to the community and the people who are coming to speak to keep on prolonging this.
I will second that.
Okay, push your button then. Want to move your motion button, David? All right, so we have you're clear on this motion?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Rab, second by Councilman Corona. Please call the vote. I hope everybody in the audience understood what we just did. Sorry for the confusion.
5-0, motion approved.
Okay. All right, 11D is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order affirming the planning commission's decision, thereby denying vesting partial map 23-05 VPM 38814, conditional use permit CUPs 23-05047, 23-05208, 23-05210, and development plan reviews DPRs 23-00013 and 23-00014, continued from the November 12, 2024 meeting. A proposal to appeal the Planning Commission's denial of the Case Road mixed-use project located north of Ethanek Road, south of Watson Road, between Green Valley Parkway and Case Road in the commercial and business and professional office zones of the Green Valley specific plan. The applicant is Derek Barber, and this is going to be introduced by our Director of Development Services, Mr. Kenneth Fung.
Good evening, Mayor. This item will be presented by our senior planner, Nathan Perez.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. The project before you is the Case Road Mixed-Use Project, which was continued for the November 12th City Council meeting. The project is generally located north of Ethanek Road, south of Watson Road, between Green Valley Parkway and Case Road. Here's the overall site plan of the whole project. If you notice, the applicant's proposing an industrial building, a self-storage facility, a hotel, and also a commercial shopping center. The project consists of 2 zoning designations within the Green Valley specific plan. The northerly portion is business park office, and the southerly portion is commercial. Currently, the BPO zone allows warehouses subject to a conditional use permit. Some of the surrounding zoning is public to the north, multifamily residential to the west, and also commercial and industrial to the south within the city of Menifee city limits. Some background information about this project. On August 7, 2024, the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to deny the project based on the findings for the industrial component only. First, the applicant, or actually the industrial component, is not compatible with the vision of the business professional office zone of the Green Valley specific plan. The second finding that the Planning Commission made is that the industrial component is not compatible with the permitted uses of the business professional office zone of the Green Valley specific plan. And then lastly, that the industrial component will have impacts related to traffic, air quality, noise, that will affect the surrounding community. As a result, the applicant filed an appeal on August 14, 2024, and basically appealed the Planning Commission's decision based on the following. The applicant stated that the project is compatible with the Green Valley specific plan goals as it will contribute to circulation improvements. Number 2, the Green Valley allows warehouses subject to a conditional use permit, and that the use is appropriate for the site since it's close to a freeway and also next to a sewer treatment plant. And lastly, the trucks will be directed to Case Road away from any future-sensitive receptors. And then lastly, the project features high-quality design, including a 104-foot landscape setback buffer from future residential uses west of the site. Also, the applicant mentioned that a project-specific traffic impact analysis, and noise study, air quality study to support the addendum, and the traffic impact analysis shows a reduction of average daily trips below the original environmental impact report. The noise and air quality studies confirm no new significant worse impacts were projected than those disclosed from the original EIR, and also that the project complies with the Good Neighbor guidelines. So here's the first component, which is the industrial component, consisting of 498,000 square feet on parcel number 7. And if you notice, the nearest loading dock is 317 feet away from the future entitled residential community. Here's the landscape buffer zone, which pretty much just show a 104-foot landscaped area, which will have 100 trees And also, there's a 198-foot building setback from future multifamily development to the west. Also, I want to point out that staff received a letter from Lennar, the future owners of the multifamily residential community located west, and they're in support of the project, and they support it because it provides infrastructure and also additional retail in the area. And here's perspective of the landscape buffer area. And here's the architecture that will pretty much provide a business park feel. Second component is the self-storage, which is on parcels 5 and 6, totaling 116,000 square feet. And here's the perspective of the self-storage. Here's the hotel, which consists of a 4-story, 128-room hotel, which will have a swimming pool, a cabana, and other amenities that people could use. And here's the perspective of the hotel. Here's a commercial shopping center, parcels 1 through 3, which totals roughly around 27,200 square feet. And here's your perspective of the commercial shopping center. So as part of the project, the applicant is proposing the following community benefits: construction of either commercial building E, F, G, or the hotel, concurrently with the proposed industrial building. And then also, at least certificate of occupancy of 1 commercial tenant or hotel is required with occupancy of the industrial building. However, the applicant has the option of depositing $400,000, which will be non-refundable if they wish to secure a certificate of occupancy of the industrial building without the certificate of occupancy of the commercial tenant. Other community benefits include widening of Case Road from Watson Road to Mapes Road, from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. And if you notice the exhibit, it's that stretch of road which is shown on the yellow dashed line. The applicant will also provide landscape and irrigation along the north side of Watson Road to further buffer the EMWD sewer treatment plant facility, which is shown in the green dashed line. And then lastly, the applicant will install a traffic signal at the intersection of Watson and Case Road, which is not warranted per the traffic study. The applicant is voluntarily going to install that at a community benefit of $500,000. As part of the project, the applicant is proposing a restricted covenant prohibiting industrial development within planning area number 2, depicted in the red triangle, located northwest of the San Jacinto River, south of Getz Road, east of the Paris Valley Airport. The restricted covenant would offset the proposed industrial building in planning area number 40 and restricting future industrial development within planning area number 2 of the Green Valley Specific Plan. As required per the CEQA guidelines, a 4th addendum was prepared. An EIR addendum concluded that the project would not result in any new or more significant impacts that were previously disclosed and analyzed in the draft or the final EIR of the Green Valley Specific Plan. Public comments were received at the day of the Planning Commission, which representatives of the Paris Chamber of Commerce and EMWD were in support, and also 6 residents, 2 members of the Paris Neighbors in Action were in opposition. After the hearing, there was 7 additional comment letters in opposition, and there was a petition of 206 residents signed a petition in support of the project. Before I conclude, I want to let the council know that staff received a total of 4 letters, which have been distributed to the council for consideration. 3 letters were in support of the project, which includes Dutch Brothers, Wyndham Hotels, and also the Building Industry Association, and 1 letter in opposition, which was from Menifee. Based on these letters, none of the comments raised new environmental concerns that were not already addressed in the addendum EIR prepared for this project. So in conclusion, staff is carrying forward the recommendation of the Plan Commission, which is to adopt a resolution affirming the Plan Commission's decision, thereby denying vesting parcel map 38814 and denying conditional use permits, the 3 of them, and the 2 development plan reviews as noted on the slide. However, if the City Council desires to approve the project, City staff has prepared 2 alternative resolutions for your consideration, which state to adopt resolution number overturning the Planning Commission's decision, thereby adopting the 4th addendum to the environmental impact report of the Green Valley Specific Plan, and adopt resolution overturning the Planning Commission's decision to deny, thereby approving vesting parcel map 38814, approving the 3 conditional use permits as noted, and the 2 development plan reviews as noted on the slide for the construction of the Case Road mixed-use project consisting of an industrial warehouse building, self-storage, and outdoor RV parking facility, hotel, and commercial shopping center, based on the findings contained herein and the conditions of approval. That concludes my portion. I try to be very brief. The applicant would like to make a presentation to the council.
Actually, council members, I have a handful of homeowners that have been waiting for a considerable amount of time. If it would please the council, could I forego my presentation till after public comment, and I'll handle it all in once. It'll hopefully simplify things, which usually you tend to appreciate, where I won't have to come back up and present again.
Sure, let me open up the public comment. I'll open up the public hearing at 8:51. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 21.
All right, I'm gonna have to limit this down to like a minute, guys, because we're losing time and we have other things to come. So we're gonna call 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6 seats in front, so please call the first 6.
Jelani Arriaga, Peter Lee Gonzalez, Lily Gaxiola, Mario Cervantes, Robert Dominguez, Juan Cervantes. Jelani Arriaga.
Good evening, Paris City Council members. I believe the Valley Parkway Center project is a great new project for our neighborhood in South Paris, which has not had any new developments for a while. This project is thoughtfully designed to offer the most benefit with reduced impacts from what was already approved. This proposed warehouse is a good buffer to the water treatment facility, and the shopping center would be a great addition to our neighborhood. We need jobs, we need new stores, and we definitely need the tax revenue this project is going to create, over $1 million a year. I'd rather have this than nothing and stare at the vacant lots with the homeless problems we have and leave town for a job I could have closer to home. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Peter Lee Gonzalez.
Good evening, Paris City Council members. I'm here today to inform you that I support the Valley Parkway Center project in Paris. This project makes total sense in the area that will be built. The project has new warehouses that will create good paying jobs here. We have very few jobs here, and normally we have to go outside for jobs, so that will bring in more jobs into the city. Retail stores, restaurants, and will be approximately $1 million in tax revenue for the city of Paris that will help out the entire city versus what we have today, which is very few jobs. Very few restaurants, and there will be no tax revenue. It's been about 20 years of us waiting for something. So why not approve this project when it's part of an approved plan already? We can't wait and hope for things that will never come due to.
Thank you.
Lily Gaxiola.
You need a translator?
Buenas noches.
Yeah, hope we gotta get the translator. Espera un momento, señora.
Gracias.
So for this one, we have to do 2 minutes. Can we give the translator a microphone, please?
Hello? Hello?
Buenas noches. Soy
Good
la
evening.
señora Lili Gaxiola.
I'm Billy Gaxiola. Good
Soy
afternoon.
de Los
Good evening.
Ángeles. Tengo 18 años
I'm from
viviendo
Los
aquí en
Angeles.
Perris.
I'm living for 18 years here in Paris. I came from Los Angeles.
Valley Parkway Center. Apoyar
I'm here to support Valley Center
a la comunidad
and the community,
y vengo a apoyar el proyecto.
and I also come to support the project.
Y pues estaría bien que lo aprobaran.
And it would be really fine if you will approve it.
18 años yendo al Home Depot y a la Winkos. 18 años.
I've been 18 years going to
Es
Home
la
Depot,
única tienda que voy a
and that's the
comprar
only
mandado.
store where I go and buy my groceries.
Pero cuando voy para allá está muy
But
oscuro.
when I go, it's very dark.
Vamos, por favor nos que por favor
Please
apoyen,
approve the project.
aprueben el proyecto.
Please approve the
Para que esté
project.
aquí,
And that's why I'm here
con la comunidad,
and part of the community as well,
pues aquí apoyándolos.
and supporting you.
Muchas gracias. que
Thank
pasen
you
buenas
very
noches.
much, and good evening.
Gracias, señora.
Mario Cervantes.
Hello, my name is Mario Cervantes. I'm a resident of Paris for over 20 years. I'm here to support the Valley Parkway Central that will create many jobs for the future. Instead of going to other cities for my shoppings, I would like to see it better here, close by, and technically, this project is good because it will make Paris grow bigger, and we need Paris to grow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Dominguez.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Robert Dominguez. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the Valley Parkway Center project. I live in the area where this project has been proposed, and we had nothing new for so long. We don't have nice restaurants or shops, but we do have the sewage treatment facility. This is a big reason why nothing has ever been built there. It just all makes sense. It's a good buffer where we have none. All we have is the smell, the trash, the homeless. So please, don't let the other warehouse projects cloud your decision to approve this project. They just approve it. Hopefully you guys can approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Juan Cervantes.
All right, you want to call the next 5? Can you guys please go back to your seats so we can have more people come up? Call the next 5 to have a seat.
Filberto Flores Cortez. Jairo Carbajal. Jerry Sepulveda. Guillermo Castillo. Marisela Martinez. Eric Daniel Prieto.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Hi, how you guys doing? My name is Juan Cervantes. I've been in Paris for the last few years, about 5 years now. I know you guys have a lot of talking points and stuff like that, but I'll give you guys some actual insight for every day. I currently have to drive about 50 miles one way just so I can go find some work. It's unskilled, it's nothing crazy, right? I'm currently going to school. I spend an hour and a half just coming home, plus an hour going there every day. That's 2.5 hours a day. Times 5, times 20 days a week. 20 days a month that I have to drive up there. I spend 50 hours just driving. 50 hours, just 2 days out of the whole month driving. Well, I could be spending time with my family. So I know that a lot of you guys have a lot of things to say about these projects, but I support this project. The Valley Greenway Parkway Center, I support it. Jobs closer to home. Spend more time with my family. That's what it's all about, right? You guys have a good day.
Thank you.
Filberto Flores Cortez.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm with the Valley Parkway Center. I want this hotel to be built. I have people coming from San Francisco, families, staying at these motels where there's no swimming pool where the kids could enjoy themselves. I'm a volunteer for a Concerned Family. Young people are also asking for work for here, so I would like Paris to grow a little bit more shopping centers and see how far can we do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jairo Carbajal.
Hello, Council. I'm here in opposition of this project on behalf of Paris Neighbors in Action. It's a conditional use permit. I don't think it should go there. First of all, if it is a buffer for the the water treatment plant, you're going to add more bad air quality to the area with semis, so you're not doing anything better. The community benefits are also for the warehouse only, because yes, you're going to expand it to four lanes, but guess what? You're going to have to share the street now with semis. On top of that, there is no tenant for this warehouse yet, so it's the same story, empty warehouse again. And I would suggest that you guys, I sent an email, it's like, I don't know how this stuff works, but why not put the self-storage in that area? It has less foot traffic. No one's gonna be having to work in an area that's gonna smell like waste, since that's a big issue with this area. But I hope you guys think about it, and congratulations to the new ones.
Thank you.
Jerry Sepulveda.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. On behalf of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce and the Board of Directors, after hearing Derek out and explaining exactly what we're going to put there, the main thing is the warehouse that we're kind of really discussing, because I think we all agree the first half is everything that we want. And I feel like it's not a zone change, it's a CUP. It is difficult, it's going to be a difficult decision, because it's, what are we going to put there? And so having a warehouse there, none of us, I understand we don't want warehouses, but sometimes it's just a right fit for the land. So I appreciate the decision you guys were made for the previous project, but this one we're in favor, and also as a resident of District 4, I'm also in favor for it as well. So I want to be able to see the commercial side built out, and then obviously the warehouse is going to go from there, and they're going to get on to the freeway, not on Etherneck, but obviously on Case Road, wherever that street is. So I'm not too concerned about the truck traffic as far as that. So in favor as a resident, in favor as the Board of Directors.
Thank you.
Guillermo Castillo.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and everybody. I am over here to supporting and in favor of the Valley Parkway Center, because I believe we need a better economy. We need a better jobs over here in Paris. I live for the last 27 years over here, and I see like we are growing a little bit, but we need more business. So because our residents, we need more jobs or better jobs to work over here, and we don't need to travel far away, like 30 to 50 miles away from our house. And that is the reason I am supporting and in favor. So I hope so you guys approve this new project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marisela Martinez.
Okay.
Son 2 minutos para él y 2
Sí, 2 minutos.
Okay.
Hello.
Me llamo Marisela Martínez.
My name is Marisela Martinez.
Yo estuve, Sabrina, no sé si te acuerdas de mí.
Sabrina, I don't know if you remember me.
Nosotros les vendimos el terreno que está pegado a la altura.
We sold you the land right next to Altura.
Que queríamos $800,000.
We won $800,000,
$800,000.
and they only gave us $300,000
Porque estuvimos 6 meses ahí.
because
viendo,
we were 6 months there
vivían todos limpiando.
to see how everybody was just cleaning.
Nos dijeron $300,000.
When they
está
told
bien,
us $300,000, that's fine.
Porque la gente de ahí merecía su parte.
Because people from there, they deserve their share.
Que tenían 20 años
They
esperando
told
por
us
su parque.
they were waiting for 20 years
Yo
for
sé
the
que
share.
perdimos mucho dinero porque era
I
más
know
de
we
$1 millón
lost
lo
a
que
lot of
teníamos.
money because it was over $1 million that we had there.
Pero cuando vimos toda la comunidad ahí,
When we saw the whole community there,
gustó mucho.
They like it a lot.
No nos importó
We
perder el
didn't
dinero.
care to lose
Señora,
all the money.
¿estás hablando con el proyecto en
Sí,
Ethernet?
para allá voy. Porque del Itana, cuando esos
On
proyectos
Ethernet,
vienen,
when those projects came,
dinero para la comunidad.
the money comes for the community.
Ellos esperaron 20 años.
They
porque
waited
no
20
tenían dinero.
years because they didn't have money.
Ahora que están viniendo las compañías
Now
de
that they
marihuana,
selling those marijuana companies,
estas grandes compañías que
these
están
large
viniendo,
companies that are coming now,
ustedes tienen dinero.
now you have money,
No nomás para eso,
not just for this,
para más cosas, como para los
for other
hospitales,
things,
para
like
mejor cosas
hospitals,
para la gente
better
pobre.
things for poor people.
Y eso es lo que la gente no quiere
And
ver
that's
cuando
what people
estas
don't want to
compañías
see when these companies come.
vienen. Este proyecto,
This project,
yo lo apoyo.
I support it.
Yo estuve este año
I've been this year
en Holland
in Homeland
porque compré una casa allá.
because I bought a house there.
Y el único lugar que teníamos para
The
ir
only
a
place that
comprar,
we have to go buy was
porque en
there
Holland no hay nada,
because home there's
más
nothing.
que el Dollar General que apenas lo
Dollar
pusieron.
General store that they just barely open it.
Ok, gracias, señora.
The next 6, Luz Hernandez, Jonathan Daly, Nanette Placencia, John Wirth, Omar Cabayan, Joaquin Castillejos, Eric Daniel Prieto.
Good evening, Paris City Council members. I come in approval for the Valley Parkway Center. Apart from the beautiful infrastructure that this project is going to bring, I'm also a local of the area, and I'm currently working towards Hemet. And I know I'm not the only one who makes that commute daily. And I definitely am not the only one who would much rather have the option to work here locally in South Paris. I know that all my local friends of Paris don't all work at the same warehouse, and I just feel like more jobs is better. Thank you for your support, and please consider getting this project approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luz Hernandez.
Good evening, council members. I'm a resident for almost 20 years in the city of Paris. Through the years, I see how my city has been developing, most of it warehouses. So we need a balance. We need to have more shopping centers. I appreciate that all the new projects that are coming to the city. And I believe Parkway Center is going to be one of the good ones that we need to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Jonathan Daly.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Daly. I'm a proud member of LiUNA Labor's Union. I'm here on behalf of all of our members, more specifically Local 1184. Thanks to this project and this developer, that means local hire. There's nothing more important, at least for me, to work closer to home, to be more with my family. I have a 1.5-year-old son. I know my wife likes me home sometimes, not necessarily during football season, but now. With that, the big picture is this provides jobs, which is incredible. But on a, if you really zoom into it, that means we get to provide health care, food on our tables, we get pensions, and a livable wage, and that's huge, especially nowadays. We're out here trying to survive, and we will go where the work is. So I'm here advocating on behalf of LiUNA for this project to get passed, so we have more opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nanette Placencia.
Hi, just take the warehouse out. You can't hide a 500,000 square foot warehouse with a bunch of trees. These developers think they can just add more trees to disguise these gigantic brick boxes next to neighborhoods and restaurants, and nobody's gonna notice. They really think residents and future residents want to own a home next to a huge warehouse. They really think residents want to dine next to a restaurant next door to a warehouse. I'm so tired of hearing the same excuse that they can't build restaurants and entertainment centers if they can't build a warehouse with it. The statement is such nonsense. This is why. Now, I don't know if any of you are familiar with the city of Hemet, which is our neighboring city. They have medium household income of roughly $58,000. Paris residents, roughly $72,000 to $83,000 medium income. Also, when I was driving down Florida Avenue a couple weeks ago out there, I saw a whole lot of restaurants with some of the names as Chili's.
Thank you, Ms. Placencia. Thank you.
John Weirth.
Hold on,
Good
John.
evening, Mayor.
John, hold on. Is there more after that?
We have 6 more.
Call them up.
Carlos Cervantes, Franco Pacheco, Shane Isais, Cheryl Kitsiro.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. John Worth, Water Resources Planning Manager with Eastern Municipal Water District. I'm not here to support or oppose the project. Our role is to facilitate new development and provide safe and reliable water, wastewater, and recycled water services to our community. However, sometimes projects that are in proximity to some of our key facilities, we do take a little higher interest. We have 4 water reclamation facilities. We treat about 52 million gallons a day of wastewater. We have a 100% use objective of all of that recycled water. We are a partner with the City of Paris for both conditioning new development for recycled water as well as retrofitting existing sites. I am here to express my appreciation and gratitude to city staff, specifically Jessica Galloway, as well as the developer, working with us to create a landscape buffer on the north side of Watson Road. Also, just want to extend an invitation to staff and to the council. I'm a little bit biased, of course, with recycled water, but if you would like to have a tour of the wastewater treatment plant,
Thank you, sir. Your time's up. Sir, in respect to everybody else, your time's up.
Omar Kabayan.
Good evening, mayors, council members, staff. Omar Kobian with Riften Regional Council Carpenters, representing over 500 members that live right here in the city of Paris. I want to start by saying we are in full support of the Valley Parkway Center, and I've heard a lot of comments today about environmental justice. Environmental justice also means not having to be on the road for 3 hours each way to go to work. Environmental justice means being able to have a living wage close to home. Environmental justice means being able to play with your kids after work, not come home in the middle of the night. We talk about pollutions. Did you know that a 50-acre parcel with a warehouse compared to a 50-acre parcel of homes, R10, with 500 homes on it, with the average household having 3 cars per home, 1,500 cars would create 3 times more pollution than that warehouse? Nobody ever thinks about that. Those are facts, so you'll have your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cobain.
Joaquin Castillejos.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joaquin Castillejos with CCAJ. I'm here in opposition to this project to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny this project. I said before, warehouses are not necessary to build entertainment districts or commercial areas. They're not necessary to bring more benefits to the community. It's only an excuse to continue the development and bring in this type of impact to the community. There is, the possibility of jobs, but there is also the possibility of no jobs with automation. this temporary jobs when you build and then you go somewhere else. There's so many warehouses that got approved in Paris, and there's the World Logistics Center is going to bring you're going to build so many warehouses everywhere. You know, this warehouse is not necessary. We could build better things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos Cervantes.
Good evening, Council. Unfortunately, as we all know, there's been huge fires in LA County. Lots of people lost their homes. They're going to be looking for different areas to rebuild their homes. This could be something that would be more sustainable, not just for La Yuna, but for the city of Paris. We would have a lot more rooftops, which is something that we desperately need here as well. Community benefits are to widen roads and a traffic signal. If any of you ever go to North Paris, it's terrible. Warehouse next to warehouse next to warehouse next to warehouse. That's what the zoning was. That's what it was rezoned to become. City has beyond exacerbated the logistics industry. We don't need any more. Diesel emissions cause so many health problems, including cancer, birth defects, respiratory illnesses, not to mention the climate changes these warehouses bring and make the area hotter. The logistics industry is also slowing down. There are vacant warehouses right now in Paris. Many jobs are being automated all over Moreno Valley and San Bernardino County. We're looking into the future of Paris. You want to come home to play with your kids shouldn't have to sacrifice their lungs in the city that they live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Franco Pacheco.
Hello, my name is Franco Pacheco, and I'm opposed to this project. And to quote the planning commissioner from a previous meeting, if you can't find a job building a warehouse here, it's because you're not looking. We have 17 years worth of warehouse projects already in the area. So there's that. We need to start forcing developers to build what the city needs, community resources, areas of entertainment that don't have a warehouse attached. You know, we had a recent election, and I think our election speaks loud and clear where the priorities of the City of Paris residents are. We are fed up with warehousing after warehouse. We want the city to take a new direction and start listening to their constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shane Isais.
Hello, Council. Shane Isais from the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. Again, I want to echo everything that my colleagues have said, but also reiterate that these projects should not have a warehouse attached to them. Everything that can benefit the city can be done without a warehouse. Those are not mutually exclusive. And so as I look at all these stories about environmental justice, I really just see a path forward focusing on the health of our lungs, of our kids, and having able to come home and play with them in a less polluted area, and that does not include warehousing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Kitzrow.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. Cheryl Kitzrow representing the City of Menifee. Just want to reiterate, thank you, Nathan, for recognizing the multiple letters we've sent in. The City of Menifee has concerns using an addendum for a 30-year-old EIR. The addendum and the project description is inconsistent with your housing element, as this is a residential overlay piece. We are concerned with the Ethan corridor, specifically the intersection spacing and the needed realignment and safety issues at Barnett and Case, and then the lack of available fire services for this area of the city of Paris. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all.
Derek?
Thank you, council members, and thank you to everyone for sharing your comments. You know, for and opposed, you know, we take all feedback, and I was taking notes and listening as well. So I hope I addressed some of the comments, and I do believe this is a discussion with the council. So if you have any questions, please feel free to jump in. I apologize that this is a little longer than normal. Usually I would just come up and thank staff because we've spent a bunch of time planning this. But I do want to make sure that the audience is informed, as well as our new council members, and just to kind of take you through it a little bit more in detail. So we were here in November. It got a little late due to one of the other items on the agenda. I was about to thank our veterans that night. Tonight I'm going to thank our first responders. I have friends that lost homes. I have a friend that's actually fighting the fires. So First off, just thanks to them. I hope everybody's safe. Tonight, I bring forward a project that I think we designed collaboratively with not only the city, staff, but the stakeholders around us and also the neighbors. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it, but really we're trying to find a solution to two separate properties that have obstacles and constraints that will never change. These are obstacles and constraints that will never change. And you can already see it today as in the fact where we're sitting 20 years later. But overall, this is the right project for the right reasons. So first off, just a little bit about Richland. We're not your kind of big corporation. We're a family office. It's a father and son company. There's me and about 3 other people. So this is really just something we focus on as master plan communities, but we don't just focus on what some people are really concerned with tonight as the warehouse. We do residential, apartments, retail, commercial, industrial. We love schools, we love parks, we love open space. All these things create balanced communities. So I hope you can kind of evaluate the whole community and really, we're a longtime landowner in Paris. We've been here for about 15 years now, and I'm going to kind of show you what we've been working on for a long time now. So between it all to the west side of the city, this is all focused in South Paris. We have a project we like to call Riverwoods. All total, it's about 470 acres, 1,500 homes, 12 acres of school, 12 acres of park, 114 acres of open space. That's a lot just in itself. And tonight we're talking about Ethenac Bridge. We've been working on that project for about 10 years. So these things don't happen overnight. Everybody's kind of real concerned with certain things happening too fast, but most of these things have been working on for years and years and years. We also have in what I call GVSP North, which is the portion kind of up to the top here. Does my cursor does not show? Okay, so anyway, that's the kind of middle section up to the north is about 300 acres. It's approved for 510 homes, 1.7 million square feet of light industrial, another 30 acres park, and about 127 acres of open space. This is going to be a beautiful area. It's going to have a river trail corridor and really, another big component of South Paris. So, we're really excited about both of those two, and just so happens the piece that's closest to the freeway, this is how it usually ends up. The things next to the freeway develop, and then things move west. So that's what we're talking about tonight, is the 44 acres surrounding the Home Depot just south of the treatment plant, which is about 1 million square feet between the commercial business park and what we're talking about, the warehouse. So I've been following the council planning commissions for a decade now. I've been to many of them. You've probably seen me, probably tired of hearing from me, but there's a lot of topics of interest here. So I'm honestly not sure how many and where to go into what detail, but just know we've really studied every aspect of this. We've worked with every stakeholder. We've worked with every part of staff to make sure we're recommending and bringing forward the right project here. So after all of that, all those topics of interest, how did we get here today? We made an application in November of 22. That's 2 years ago for a CUP, not a general plan amendment, not a zone change. And we've been working on that ever since. We had an ad hoc in May of 23, Planning Commission in June of 24, another ad hoc in June of 24, and a Planning Commission hearing in August of 24. And we're supposed to get heard in November, and now we're here in January. So it's not easy these days to just be a developer. In those previous hearings, we had positive remarks across the board from the May of 23, Shively and Jimenez both people that made positive comments on the project. You can go back to the minutes from that staff have. No major concerns expressed. Planning Commission hearing, similarly, they asked for things for us to review. We responded on them. There was no concern of the warehouse use. There was not a question raised at the hearing. We get to another ad hoc hearing. We show them what we've done as in, responding to their questions and comments. They had the 2 comments mainly was for the hotel pool fence to be a solid block wall and to provide additional renderings of the industrial entrance from the existing shopping center, which I will show you here tonight. Then we get to the Planning Commission, and our CUP is denied over trips, air quality, GHG, despite staff recommendations, findings that we're reducing impacts. And just so happens, the same night, another project is approved with a zone change, has less community benefit, increased trips, and an EIR override. None of those things we had. So It just, it's a little disappointing, which is why we're here with the appeal tonight for the city council, and I'm appreciative that you're hearing us out. So what does our appeal entail? We were not given a fair hearing. The Planning Commission did not make the required findings. We has a denial based on increased impacts to air quality, GHG, and noise. If you look at the environmental studies and staff report, they show no new impacts. The Planning Commission acted in an arbitrary and capricious manner. They recommended approval of a similar project just the same night. The other project, as I said, had a SPA, a zone change, increased impacts, and a statement override. City Council overturned a similar arbitrary denial at Planning Commission at the November 24 hearing. So I'm just kind of saying things that you already know, but for the audience, I think it's important. Here's the other project that was at Planning Commission and why we think we weren't given a fair hearing. If you look at them versus us, I mean, we're going above and beyond on every piece of merit here. Planning Commission recommended one and didn't recommend us. You know, we've got bigger setbacks. We're not as close to residential. We've got a huge community benefit. It really just doesn't make sense to us. Here's the other project that was just approved at council, another CUP. They came to council with basically just a warehouse. The council asked for them to go back to Planning Commission, come back with a better community benefit. You know, that's when they added the small business park and they added the community benefit, and the council approved it. I don't need to be told that by council. We know what the city wants, and we've been working with staff on this for 2 years. So, you know, we came back with the right project, and we thought we were going to be at Planning Commission. We had a building that's right-sized for the property. Its coverage is 15% less than they had, 7% more of the landscape. You know, as far as a retail ratio, we've got 18% more retail and commercial than they're offering. We also bring in $3 million of Case Road plus a signal. We're doing $235,000 in Watson. We offer $300,000 for Barnett realignment. And I think it kind of gets lost here, but honestly, we're doing something no one else can do. We're actually removing industrial from another component of the Green Valley specific plan. And that I want to just make sure the council, you know, takes acknowledgement of that it wasn't something the council had to come tell us to do. Like we understand the balance here, and we want to make sure we're doing the right things for the right communities. So, you know, this is Green Valley specific plan. Some folks aren't that familiar with it. I just wanted to show a quick graphic of it. It's a balanced community. It has a lot of different uses. We're contending with an airport and a sewer treatment plant. So, you know, some pretty big obstacles. That's why there's all the industrial up against the airport site and also the BPO area next to the sewer treatment plant. So why is it kind of designed the way it is? I wasn't around for the approval in 1990, but I can kind of surmise what happened. And really, once the commercial moved in, they basically built that commercial getting to where they could without getting too close to anything they didn't want to. If they got any further north, they're too close to the treatment plant. If they got any further west, they'd have to build Green Valley Road. So really, they took advantage of what they could, and then they kind of left the other pieces, you know, to be figured out later. Along with that, they also passed existing covenants that restrict some of the occupancies that we can have. So some of the things that council really wanted, you know, a drugstore, a grocery store, these aren't allowed on our properties just because the covenants had already been passed. And some of our retail folks will talk about that. So how do we design what we designed? There's a lot of constraints we're dealing with. We've got the proximity to the sewer treatment headworks, which I'm sure hopefully everybody's driven by it. It's not a pretty site. When you go by it, it's pretty ugly. And there's also the loading docks and the trucks that we have to deal with on the backside of the Winco and the Home Depot. So we've got all these different pieces. Along with that, there's 3 other good corners of good commercial around this that, you know, we're kind of not in the front row anymore. So it limits a little bit of what we can do with our site that has market viability. I think it was kind of ironic. There was a homeowner tonight complaining about the same thing we're getting. Every day we've got new homeless and we've got dumping on the site. I'm best friends with code enforcement now because they're, you know, honestly doing a great job of what they can to try and keep these people out of there. But they set up shop quickly and then they grow and grow. And here we've got kind of a big vacant parcel where you'll see them. They move into the basins. With the Home Depot, we get everybody's trash that comes from there. You know, contractor comes in, doesn't really have, or doesn't want what they need, and they throw it over the truck, and it just ends up on our property. We probably spend about $100,000 a year just cleaning up other people's stuff that they dump on our site. So what's happened in the past 20 years? You know, after 18 years, between 2006 and today, there's been, you know, one new retail building, one new restaurant building, one new gas station, and one new car wash. We still have one pad still undeveloped, and all 3 other major freeway centers undeveloped. You know, I hear some of the residents that they're saying, why don't we have these retail centers? Why aren't they built yet? The economics just aren't there. So I would love for it to be different. I'd love to just be bringing the retail tonight. It's not feasible and it's not possible, but there are ways to make it happen. And it really, I think City Council's done a good job at the end of this that you remind them, there's a lot of retail coming. It's not that it's not happening, it's just, it's been in the works for a long time. You've got Harvest Landing up on the north, you've got all the new stuff happening off Nuevo, and then down on the south side, you just approved the other center within Green Valley. So these things are moving along. It just takes time. You know, it doesn't happen overnight. And we're going to have a couple of other folks from our team talk about that. So let's just kind of flip the map a little bit and let's talk about the treatment plant. You know, as EMWD said, all the sewage comes in at the kind of southeast corner of their site. All the nice stuff is on the west side, which is why the Green Valley specific plan was set up the way it was. You put the residential near where the nice water is, and frankly, try to, you know, figure out a use that's compatible with what is the Headworks area. But, you know, everybody's like, oh, how bad is that Headworks? Well, if you look at every other treatment plant around the general area, you'll struggle to find another treatment plant with anything but industrial around it. So here's just a couple shots of different areas. Redlands, Chino, Temecula, Corona. Everybody's got sewer. Everybody needs to treat it. And, you know, cities that are planning appropriately, they've got compatible uses around it, which tends to be industrial or warehousing. Another, you know, just item that I think is important, we also, as part of the environmental impacts, we study air quality and we study odor. It's an important component. If you look through the report, there's a summary of findings, and it basically says there's no compatible uses other than agriculture, industrial, and light industrial. And it also goes on to say, please avoid business park, office, and public open space. It's not a good thing next to the treatment plant. So although EMWD is indifferent to it, there's not a whole lot of uses left here. Agriculture is not a feasible use, and it doesn't pay the bills to go develop the rest of the property. So in one of the other council hearings, I think some of the comments were, you know, why are you just bringing something like this now? You know, do you really know what you're doing? Richland is, I'll say, many years an expert in master plan communities. We actually have a very similar situation to this, where we were up against a big treatment, or a big substation that, you know, everybody's staring at. What do you do? How do you design around it? And between those constraints, planning, almost 20 years later, we've got a really good success story here where we've completed basically a really beautiful residential master plan along with a buffer and transitional uses. You can kind of see down to the bottom left, you know, there are areas, just like your good neighbor guidelines say, you've got industrial next to residential, but when planned appropriately, it can coexist. Just on the compatibility end, I think staff did a good job. All our trucks are designed and sent up through Case Road away from the residents. We did that on purpose. They're not allowed to go south towards Menifee, and we've made little traffic control measures to make sure they head that way. So I know I'm going a little bit long. On the Lennar support, I think Nathan did mention it, but I did want to read just a quick portion of this, where this is straight from them. A portion of our future homes will be in close proximity to the sewer treatment plant, exposing residents to some undesirable impacts. The approval of this project will provide much-needed landscape and buffer that will enhance the living experience for our future homeowners, as opposed to having a vacant parcel for an extended period of time. Further, the improvements buffer that this project offers are likely to minimize future complaints directed toward the city and EMWD concerning the sewer treatment plant. So we really have tried to work with all our neighbors and design a project that, responds to all of them. Again, we've got 238 signatures in support of this project. You're like, oh, well, where are they from? It's not just, outside the city, outside the local area. Here's just a blow-up of all the supporters within the area. Our project's in the yellow there. All the little yellow dots here are people in support of the project. So we've worked very hard with the community to make sure we're bringing forward a project that they support. On top of this, we went to the Green Valley a homeowners meeting on the 18th. Thank you to Councilmember Corona, actually attended with me. The homeowners had great questions on it. I think it turned out that they didn't know much about the project. We talked to them for a bit, and I walked out of there thinking that they all supported the project. So I didn't hear anybody that was really against it. I didn't hear anybody that showed up from that group tonight. I would have imagined if they were really against it, they would have. And we had lots of good homeowners tonight. I think I counted 14 or 15 that showed up tonight. So something else the city's brought up, what are the other BP uses? I just put the list here because there's a lot of them. We went through this entire list. If there was something else that we thought could go accelerate the development of the rest of this area, we would be suggesting it tonight. It doesn't exist. I'm happy to go through this list. And again, these are permitted uses. It's a CUP. It's not a general plan amendment. It's not a zone change. So again, just some shots of kind of what we're up against here, existing conditions. And really what we're trying to bring forward is the community benefit is this awesome retail center. And it kind of, I think, got lost in some of the public comments, but that is the community benefit. We can't build this site without the warehouse. Here's just, again, some more of the illustrative exhibits. I've got a little video I want to show, so I'm going to zoom through this a little bit quicker because you guys have seen a bit of this already. Do you know how I flip over to that, Nathan? Does that one? Perfect. Okay, perfect. So right now I'm standing basically looking at the Circle K gas station, Ethan X to my left, and moving up Case Road to my right. Let's see, hopefully this will play. So right now you've got basically a fenced-in basin that looks terrible. We want to open this up, landscape that whole area. We finish off the entry area here, build Green Valley Parkway. You can see the restaurants and retail to your right. Beautiful outdoor patios, restaurants. There's the hotel. Kind of quickly, I'm playing this quickly. The self-storage is not your regular self-storage. It now looks almost like an office building. So all these things are the kind of next level, next step. Things we've been doing elsewhere that I really would, just want the city to understand that, we're not making a promise that that we can't deliver on. This is something we want to happen, and in order to do this, we got to build the warehouse. So I was just going to show this one more time just so you can get a quick look at it, and happy to share this with whoever. But I think it's beautiful. I really want to see this get built. I'm going to maybe zoom through this a little bit, but I do have kind of our retail team here. They did an evaluation report on this. When you go look at, why are we getting what we're getting? We go through all the retailers. We've worked with the economic development for probably the past 3 years, meeting at ICSC, working with everybody we can, trying to figure out who we can get to move in here. And I do have some exciting news. I don't think council got to see it, but I did bring one of our tenants, Fine Beverages, here tonight. But, right now, here's kind of what we're going after. We've listened to the city. We want to bring the social and dining. We want to bring the health and fitness. We want to bring the entertainment. Groups like Odyssey VR, Golf Lab, Robex Juice, Orange Theory, a pizza shop, probably a burger place. But we do have letters of interest right now that I believe are in your packet. We have Dutch Bros confirmed, and we have El Pollo Loco confirmed. They're not necessarily the end-all, be-all. I've been working with the council on just making sure we find the right tenants here. We want this to be an amenity for our communities. This whole thing is going to be basically the entry point to the rest of our communities. So we don't want to bring in the right or the wrong tenants. And I think all of the folks on this list here would be, pretty amazing. And if you're not familiar with Dutch Bros, it's basically the in and out of coffee. It has a line all day long. People are fanatical about it. It goes all over Instagram. Mayor Vargas, you may have to change your coffee order. I know it's a Starbucks order, but you might be a converter once you happen there. Again, with El Pollo Loco, it's not really what you used to picture. A lot like the self-storage, things are changing for them. They're changing their whole look. You can kind of see two of the different buildings here that I think are just awesome. To Councilman Rabb's push, they're all about fitness and healthy eating. They've got their fit menu. They'd be, I think, a great thing for the city of Paris. Like I said, we've been out to ICSC, and we're part of the brochure. We want to see this retail center get built. Council's raised a couple questions on just the hotel. We have done an evaluation report, and just some of the highlights here. If you read it, the opportunity in the market it's underserved. We have sufficient market support. We have long-term strength with growth or demand generators. And you just look at these other two blue areas here. Within the Menifee corridor, there's 8 hotels. Within the Hemet corridor, there's 12. Within the South Paris corridor, we've got 1. So I've no doubt this hotel is going to get built. It's just a question of when. And that's what, honestly, is the hardest thing to do. A lot of these things, when it comes to timing, is very difficult to have the crystal ball. But when the Ethernet corridor comes through, we have the trips. It's going to be needed here. I have Wyndham that also, I think, submitted a letter tonight. He apologized he couldn't be here tonight. He had an emergency come up. I believe he spoke to one of the council members as well. And we're really excited about them. They don't have a brand in the market right now, so if this project gets approved tonight, they're going to be right there with us. This whole thing's designed to work together. So we designed the hotel to provide pedestrian connectivity between there and the retail, and it's all without getting in your car. So I think Councilman Rabb maybe brought this up at one point in time. We want people to come and stay and play. Even through the rest of the project, I just started highlighting everything that had kind of pedestrian connectivity to it. We've got Ethernac Trail going east-west on Ethernac. We complete the last little link of that within Green Valley. And then going up north, right now there's no sidewalk along Case Road. We add that in too. That's not something that's part of our traffic study, but the city asked us, and we saw it as a great community benefit. Being able to go from there and walk all the way up to the MetroLink, I mean, how great would that be? Even just little details like the basins. Most everybody just fences these things off and they become eyesores. We've got a really great retail frontage along Ethernac. We don't want that. We can't have that. So we worked with the city, and what you see in kind of the top left here, that's not a rendering. This is a real basin, same function. You can kind of see the building on the left. You could picture that being our 2 retail pads to the front, and really just this awesome landscape area. It'd be a great place to sit down and have the kids play around, and then there's really a lot more you can do here. Okay, so the topic in question, the warehouse. Why did we do what we did? There's a lot of things that go into the design of this site. We've got the Good Neighbor Guidelines that we start with. That kind of sets parameters. Then when we put in all the other constraints on the south side, we're trying to avoid truck traffic there. On the east side, we're not allowed any additional driveways. On the north side, just because of circulation, we have to push that driveway almost 1,000 feet back. So all these things kind of start setting constraints. And the city just passed the Good Neighbor Guidelines. This was in 2022. The city knew these things were going to happen, and you were ahead of the curve. Everybody kind of asked, well, what are you doing more than the Good Neighbor Guidelines? I'm going to say Paris was already doing more in enacting these. These are something to be followed. It's really, honestly, it's a great thing the city put forward. It helps us developers out, and this is the perfect situation to take use of those. So, okay, all of this eventually just kind of sets up what you see in the black. We want to create this barricade to EMWD, and really it's a question of the building after that. So what could we have done? Just under the code, we could have done a 700,000 square foot building. That's a much larger building, 200,000 square feet more. We listened to staff, we listened to Planning Commission, and we reduced that down below 500,000. The city asked, and we did it. It wasn't, we came and we had to come to council and then negotiate. It was just, that was the right thing to do. So we went ahead and did that. You know, other questions were, well, can you break these up? Can you put them in two pieces? It just starts creating circulation problems and doesn't improve the situation. Really, we want to create a nice barrier and buffer against the treatment plant. And it really turned out great. You know, a lot of these visuals, some of the other things we did is, hey, don't let it look like a warehouse. Make it look more like an office park. So we inserted all this glass, all these little kind of office park style entries, and I think it's going to look great. And I'll show you some of the other illustrations of it. But here's looking at the AutoZone kind of on your left. You're on the freeway right now, and we've got our vacant parcel to the right there. Here's it layered in. I mean, just a beautiful piece of architecture with glass, great color scheme, and you know, really something, I'll say, next level for this area. Here's sitting in the Home Depot parking lot, looking at the garden center on your left, and here it is layered in on the right. You know, all these pieces of glass really do break up the building. It gives you a nice pedestrian connectivity, gives you scale, and there's you know, a bunch of kind of massing breaks that help also add to the architecture. Here's just on the backside, you know, these are the loading docks that we're up against. Home Depot really uses this area on a daily basis, trucks coming in and out, in and out. We've got all the-
Derek, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Translator, you can go back inside. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize you were still sitting there. They're probably waiting for you in there.
I got about 10 more slides, so bear with me. You know, it's my day in the sun, so give me 5 more minutes. Again, we're exceeding requirements here. We designed with intent. We didn't go with the minimums. We did everything beyond, above and beyond expectation. Nathan shared one of these exhibits here. Again, some of the questions was the building height up against the residential. We're purposely putting all this landscape and the buffer closer to the residential. You know, just like if you're playing basketball and you got Shaquille O'Neal in front of you, you know, closer up, he's going to block that shot. A little further back, he doesn't block it as well. So we're pushing all the real good landscape up against the property line and creating that buffer. And we worked with Lennar on that, and you know, they're really excited about this project. We have other situations of where we can show you same buildings, residential honestly closer. They're about 150 feet building to building. We're 200 feet plus 300 to the nearest loading dock. Here's what it looks like built today, standing in the street from about 110 feet away. You put this is only a single row of trees. We've got, you know, almost 80 feet of it. You know, I'm not showing you all just the sexy pictures. This is about as much as you'll see from the buildings. I had to literally scroll along the street to try and find some place where you might see it. Here's another one, you know, similar community where you got residential on one side, industrial on the other, and you're about 135 feet away. You can't see it. You get closer, can't see it. And we care on the other side. So from our industrial side, you know, we don't want to upset residential neighbors, so we're designing it the same. But if you do it well, you can't see anything on the other side. You can't see the residential. So all these things that, you know, this isn't a great picture here, but just to know that when the landscape is done well, it works. This is kind of a laundry list of all the landscape involved. There's a lot of it. Traffic calming, traffic directional to make our way out. And there's been a lot of comments from the audience. I do want to just spend a minute on this, on the tenant vacancy, warehouse vacancy. This is a list that I think even economic development probably shared with the council. I went through this list. All told, there was 15 buildings on this list. All but 3 are under 400,000 square feet, and most of them are under 150,000 square feet. The vacancy is in the small buildings. So building more small buildings is probably not what the city needs. But when you look at the 3 buildings that are over 400,000 square feet, there's 2. There's one that's a sublease, which is the General Mills building, and they have $1.5 million, and they're subleasing about 400,000 square feet. The other one is one that was just built, and it's the 548,000 square foot building. So 2 buildings. I'd say that's in supply and demand. You know, the city needs more warehouses based on this. And the other one on this list, the 800,000 square footer, was just leased. So these things are, I'd also just point out, There is zero for sale, zero. That tells you something. If these weren't desirable buildings, people would be selling them. That's what happens. They're literally only leases or subleases. Who's going to come here? Right now, in the market from CBRE, there's about 12 total seeking a building between 400 and 600,000. Ford, Sherwin-Williams, Clorox, Rev Renewables. These are all folks that would be great tenants, but they won't jump into anything until there's approval. They don't waste their time on that. Why not more business and office park? Well, honestly, construction costs are too high versus expected rents, which equals no new construction. There's a lot of sublease availability, so that means any tenant demand in the area is getting filled by existing buildings. Additionally, there's 100 acres of better BPO locations that aren't next to a treatment plant and don't require all the infrastructure and utilities that our site does. If you just run a quick query of this, there's 41 properties existing vacant and 25 properties vacant undeveloped. So the one thing I can say, the city does not need any more commercial or business park and office right now. But hey, we explore all options. We looked at more business park. We looked at additional commercial. We looked at alternative industrial designs. We also looked at no project. These are things that we all explored with staff, and really the project that we're presenting tonight was a collaborative effort, and this is why we're proposing what we did tonight. So the questions on why isn't the retail getting built? There's a very good reason here. There's about $9.1 million of improvements that has to get done here between land development fees, bonds, design, engineering. $2 million of that is import alone. So if you go stand out on the site, you can see two sites right next to us. The Home Depot is up here, and the residential is up here, and we're down here. So we need as much dirt as I am tall to fill that site in order to build the retail. That is not something that any retail developer is ever going to be willing to undertake. At best, we're going to get a rent of about $125,000 on the front restaurant pad and $105,000 on the other one. Between that, that's about 40 years to break even. It's just no developer's ever going to do that. And you could double the rents. It's okay. We're at 20 years, but that's not happening. So I'm taking time on this because I think it's important. From a traffic analysis side, Menifee made some comments. We worked with them. They sent us their projects list. Even when you put this all into the traffic model, from an environmental standpoint, what was studied was 34,000 trips. Our project generates 17,000 trips. That's almost a 50% reduction. A 50% reduction in what we could have built. So it could have been more impactful, we could have done more, and we're doing a lot less than what we're technically approved for. And it's across the board between air quality, GHG, cancer risks, all these things below the thresholds. How Planning Commission ever came to the findings that it was due to air quality and environmental impacts baffles me, because all the studies say to the contrary. Councilmember Nava, you brought up a couple times to developers what's going on with air conditioning, and I'm really concerned with worker safety and the heat. And they kind of gave an okay answer at the last hearing, but I wanted to put it up here because I think it's important. Under the new OSHA requirements that were implemented, if the temperature rises above 79 degrees, here's all the things the employers have to do. It's mandated. I am not going to be the tenant. I'm not the employer. But obviously, the employees have spoken, and this is how OSHA has responded. So I do believe that things are getting better, and just like this is for indoor and outdoor. So the same laborers that are here today, they get the same benefit this as well. So it's not just the indoor labor; it's also the outdoor labor. Again, the community benefits. I have to reiterate these. So. These are things that were not required of our project that we agreed with the city that we thought was a benefit. And so with the specific plan, it didn't require any of the Case Road improvements or Watson North Half improvements. We worked with the city, and we realized this was going to be a gap. EMWD is never going to do that. It just have to be a city CIP project. But with our project, we're able to fill fill the gap. Again, the traffic signal, we added landscape, and we widened the street. All this is $500,000, $235,000, $2.4 million. We get pedestrian connectivity. And really, we're trying to do something really special here. You know, on the left, here's what we've proposed. On the right, this is right next to us, is the Paris Crossing Center after 20 years. We've got a vacant pad, and, you know, the architecture maybe 20 years ago was pretty amazing, but, you know, now it looks a bit dated. And so, you know, all these things get nicer over time, though. A rising tide raises all boats. So if we're able to kind of raise the level at ours, I do believe these other centers will do the same. And again, you know, we're doing something special here that nobody else can do because we control what we control. We're freely willing, putting a covenant on another property that we're not going to do industrial there. And it's exceeding the square footage that we're actually proposing. We're proposing 498,000, and we're taking out 570,000. So it's a net positive to the city. Again, here's just the list of community benefits. Again, when it comes to the jobs and the fiscal benefit, this project will create over $1 million in surplus revenue. And then all told is about 440 jobs. With the warehouse alone, it's 300,000. Some people keep talking about automation. I would suggest talking to the employers and the tenants in the warehouses. The reason they're building in Paris and they're also building in Hemet and all these others is because they can find the labor. The robotics is not there. They're building here so that they can find the labor pool. If they go somewhere else, there's no labor pool for it. So that is the draw here for most of these warehouse owners and the employers, Ford, Clorox. They know they can find the labor force for this here. Again, you know, with this project, we pay almost $9.8 million in fees. The warehouse alone is about $6 million of that. Again, on the CUP finding side, I suggest, you know, I'm hoping the council's kind of already read this, but staff findings across the board were consistent with it. We did not intend to come to council, but it, you know, just so happens we were lucky enough to. So I'm just reiterating across the board, this is a good project designed consistently and has findings to support it. So in summary, I'm there. You know, just the restaurants and retail, the construction costs are too high without some type of development subsidy. The hotel, the self-storage, all three of these, they're never going to get built without something to help be a catalyst for this. So the industrial and the warehouse is the ability to subsidize the adjacent infeasible uses and make them feasible. We get Case Road, we get Watson, we get 50% less traffic impacts than with some other use. And we reduce 570,000 square feet of other industrial. This is a permitted use. It doesn't require a general plan amendment or a specific plan amendment or a zone change. We're consistent, it's compatible, and any other use would be incompatible with the treatment plant next to us. You know, we really did think of the community. Other projects would have more impacts, other projects would have less buffer, other projects would have less benefits. And I'm parched, thank you, appreciate you hanging out. Thank you from Richland. We'll answer any questions. Can't imagine that there'd be one after all that, but I appreciate you guys hanging on.
Thanks.
Sorry,
Derek.
Sorry.
Council discussion.
I have some brief questions to start off, if I may.
Sure.
Even after the very thorough presentation, thank you so much. I don't know if your objective here was to get us a little more tired, but here we are. So one of the questions that you provided a slide was the OSHA requirements. Is that just for the office segment of this industrial project, or is that for the entire warehouse?
It applies in any working condition.
Okay.
Am I correct in that? Yeah.
Okay, because I've also been told that it's just for the office segment and the rest of the warehouse, it's just...
No, just like the carpenters and LiUNA folk that are here, even if they're out on a job site, I used to be a construction worker, I would have loved this, but you get paid water breaks. I usually just got yelled at by the foreman. So, yeah, no, this applies anywhere, any condition per OSHA.
Okay, thank you. And then another question I had was, just wanted to confirm that the commercial shopping center will be 23.5 feet in height and the industrial component is 49 feet. So that's almost double in height. Has there been any consideration to reduce the height of the industrial project, just so that it better aligns with the rest of the?
We did look at that. Reducing the height creates basically an undesirable building. So to your, I think, other people's comments of creating vacancy, we sized the building in a way that basically this is the most desirable building that gives it the most marketability. We also offset it, I'll say, as far not only to the Good Neighbor guidelines, but beyond that, so that really the 49 feet was, it's imperceptible. If you reduce the building height, it wouldn't matter to those residents.
Okay.
And then on the commercial buildings, yeah, the 29 feet, it's just a scale and massing piece that those two really aren't related to. I think the Home Depot is somewhere around 40 feet, so we're not that far off of how tall the Home Depot is.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, I got some questions. Councilman Rabb?
Very thorough presentation. I know we talked a few months ago regarding the possibility of getting with the Winco Shopping Center and the Home Depot and using this project to spruce up that area, because it is almost 20 years old. What was your findings on that? Were you able to go out there?
They're individual owners for most of those parcels there. You know, I surveyed it, you know, of the 200 trees there, there was at least 15 that, you know, they all have different maintenance companies, so it's going to be working with each of their maintenance companies, but making that center better makes our center better. So I'm happy to go work with them, and if there's some condition that pleases the council on that, we would love to help make their kind of, I'll say, improve their landscape situation. I think I might have, here's kind of the existing landscape review. Everything I circled in blue, I'd say, is basically trees that, you know, could use some help. Probably 15 trees needed. They also need to learn how to prune better. They kind of whack them all and they don't look very good. They also really just need new ground cover. If you look at some of the nice centers versus these, they don't do a great job of that. So these are all things we can help out with. I think they'd support it if we were willing to go do it.
Okay. The other item we discussed was also the access from the warehouse. I know you guys made it look like an office park, so that somebody working in the warehouse, I mean, ultimately it'll be the tenant, but there'll be access points so that they can leave from that section and walk over to, say, September's or Corky's or one of those restaurants out there, Del Taco.
Absolutely. It's kind of formatted in a way for the pedestrian connectivity. I'm trying to show. So, you know, picture your parking and work kind of right where those office stores entries, you just walk across if you wanted to from there. We've actually talked to the Septembers and a bunch of the other businesses in there. They're like, yes, please bring more businesses here. We need people to support our businesses, especially during the lunchtime crowd, because those folks would likely come over during the day, whereas they're pretty popular at night, but they need more daytime support. And the hotel likely would do that too.
And to go back to one of the speakers had mentioned, and I had actually thought this as well, in terms of the industrial, did you look at maybe increasing the public, the storage units, maybe making, because I know a lot of the new age storage units kind of look like the business park industrial. Was there any thought of that, or would that not be able to finance the rest of the project?
The self-storage area, I believe, is about 8 acres, and the warehouse site is about 20 plus acres. Building 20 acres of self-storage is just, frankly, too much storage. We probably got too much storage already, but you know, we're long on storage, I would say, as far as we believe in it. We think because Green Valley's homes are going to be smaller, there's going to be a lot of need for more storage around that area, and really there's nothing planned yet. But to have, you know, say the industrial building was self-storage, that'd be 498,000 square feet of self-storage, and you know, if you just flipped it, I think we've got about 60,000 square feet of self-storage, and it's just we've tried to put everything we can into this. If there was another use that's suitable, that makes sense. The self-storage is a nice buffer from the hotel to the residential. It's a very quiet use, and I would say the warehouse building as well. We've put all the kind of inactive sides to it, to where people are going to interact with it. And then all the trucks are to the treatment plant. You know, we purposely did that. You could have cross-docked this thing and put trucks down to the Home Depot, but nobody would like that project. So, and nobody needed to tell us that. We're doing the right thing for the right reasons here.
And then the last question concerning the covenant for the industrial use by the airport, how long is that covenant going to be in effect?
Permanent.
Permanent, okay. And then just one comment, not a question directed toward you. I do think that the light on Watson and Case is not really, not saying not downplaying it, but I don't think it's a community benefit. I think it just going around that corner, because I live in downtown, I take that corner every day to get to, once a week to get to Winco. I think it is needed if you're going to put a warehouse there, just because of the trucks coming in and out of that area. So that's just a comment on.
It's purely just a matter of the traffic study didn't require it, but I probably don't disagree with you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Corona.
Yeah, just for several questions. I do appreciate that you did make an active role in communicating with the residents nearby. I know that you mentioned that you have 238 letters of support. I'm sure there were some residents that absolutely didn't want it, right? What were there more pressing concerns about not wanting it?
I have our kind of community engagement team here, I think, still, unless they went home. Tony, are you still here?
What if you could be real brief? 'Cause
Real brief, yeah. I wanted you to hear it from, the folks that were, kind of going door to door for us.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I thought I was asleep for a little bit there, but I'm awake. I have my eyes open, though. I think our biggest obstacle was not homes. So we started sometime late September, October, somewhere around that time period, and made...
Oh, people were not at home when you...
Not at home, yeah. So we made probably 5 to 6 attempts to reach people. And whether they were home or not, or didn't want to open the door, that was our biggest result. The people that we did speak to, we spent anywhere between 3 to 20 minutes at their doorstep, explained to them kind of at a macro level the description of the project, the elements of the project. Those that signed in favor were really looking at various elements. Number one, obviously the commercial was important to them, having somewhere to go locally, having places to eat. I think you heard that at the meeting at the HOA. But there was a significant number of people who thought that the industrial would be a buffer to the treatment facility, to the waste treatment facility, and could act as an odor buffer, not just as a visual buffer, but an odor buffer. And so they liked that. They also thought that this was a well-thought-out project, and if this wasn't there, potentially something worse could be there, right? Like, I'd rather go with that than something worse coming down the line. So that was some of the stuff we heard. People that said no, it's really hard to quantify the no's, because a lot of the no's were like, leave me alone, shut the door. And so it didn't go any further, right? We're here to talk to you about this, but I'm not interested in that. But we categorize them as no's because we don't want to bother them again. There were some people, in the lower than 10%, I would say, who, explained to us that they like the open land and the whatever's there now, and any development that they just wouldn't like anything new. But again, that was not a great number of people. Again, we were very thorough. We came here in November. We had done a pretty decent job, and then in terms of outreach, and then after the November hearing, we went back out again, knowing that we were going to come here January 14th. So we didn't, sit down and say, well, that's good enough. We went back out. And I think we picked up almost another 80 or 90 supporters by visiting them in their homes. So it was fairly thorough. I got to say that the residents in Paris were very nice to us. We do outreach in other places, and they're not as nice. So I will commend the folks in Paris. They were very, very nice to us and responding. And even if they weren't interested or not their thing, they still were very polite. So, okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you. By me talking to the residents, and I'll go into that in a little bit. They did have concerns about trucks, right? They don't want trucks on Ethanak at all, right? What are we doing to make sure that no trucks could get on Ethanak? Can you still make a right turn? Is that a question you could answer, Mr. Prokazmi?
Yeah, absolutely. If you would like me to respond. We actually requested to have physical barriers. So basically, turning movements will be restricted by minimizing returns or basically
Pork chops, is that
channelizing
what
traffic. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So physical obstructions, so trucks won't be able to make the right turn out of Watson, for example, onto southbound Case.
Okay, so these trucks, as Councilman Rabb stated earlier, I mean, they're making a left turn without a signal light. Is that? I mean, There's
It'd be
four lanes there.
It's a stop sign versus a signal, but
Is it gonna be a three-way stop there?
if there wasn't the signal, it would be stop controlled, but the
Will it be a-
signal's the right thing
Is
to
it a
do.
three-way stop or just a stop on the truck on the project?
If I
I
may-
don't know that.
It's an engineering question.
Sorry.
Watson probably has a stop sign, but there's nothing on Case now. Would you
So at the intersection
recommend?
of, yeah, at the intersection of Case Road and Watson Road, there'd be a traffic signal to control traffic.
Oh, there will be a traffic signal.
Correct.
Well, that's the community benefit. I think your question was if that wasn't there, would there have been stop
Oh,
signs?
gotcha.
There are no stop signs on Case. There
There is- yeah, there is no Watson.
Let me ask this real quick, and I don't want to get
Go
over your
ahead.
time here, but Watson's not a street now, or is it?
It's a dirt road, correct.
Okay, so there's not even a stop sign there.
No, there's nothing.
So
there.
if he did not put the light, tri-signal light, I mean, at the very least, you'd probably have a stop sign on Watson as you come out before they make a left or a right. But in this case, they're throwing in a signal light.
So there will be a signal light,
I-
okay.
I'll maybe add one note to that. If, say you didn't approve our project tonight and just the home building moved forward, Watson itself, John, correct me, I think it's, what is the construction they would do without our project?
Watson roadway designation is a local, which is a 40-foot wide curb-to-curb, two-lane road.
Is it two-lane road with no landscape on the north side? You wouldn't have the benefit of our side. And then at Case, where you're talking about, there would be no traffic signal. So they're not obligated to build a traffic signal. We're offering it as a benefit, but it's the right thing to do.
Okay. And then last question I have before my comments. So I have no reason not to trust that you'll build a commercial, but what assurances do you have that the hotel and the commercial will be built in a timely fashion? We've had other developers where they come here with slides and all these things like kind of like what you said, and they got the warehouse, but we're still waiting for all the commercial development, and now they're just offering us,
Yeah, I mean, that one I might direct to kind of staff as well, but I think we've done a great job of adding a bunch of conditions as far as to make sure that doesn't happen. It's, I think you reviewed them within the package. We've chatted about them a couple times. I think we're doing everything we can to make sure it gets built. We want this amenity there.
Yeah, the condition is required for the developer to build the commercial first, or he has to build the commercial at least concurrently with the industrial. So has to be concurrent at a minimum.
Okay. Okay, great. I'll save my comments for after.
You got the floor, sir.
I'll take it.
No one's in the queue.
Okay, so I think the reason why we're having this lengthy conversation isn't because of commercial. We want commercial. The residents there, they come up to me and they tell me, hey, what are we building? We don't have enough stuff, right? The whole area, the whole southern area off Ethenac, not just Paris side, but even Menifee side, it's growing, and people are in desperate need of commercial. Of course, you also have residents say no more warehouses, right? So here, as a council member, I'm in a conflicting situation. As somebody that I'm not sure if there's anyone in the county. I could be wrong, but I don't know if there's anybody in the county that's voted against warehouses as much as I have. Now, specifically for rezones. Now, this is not a rezone, so I just want to clarify that to everybody. We're not rezoning any land. What we're doing is we're saying the question is asked, is it allowed, right? And the answer to that is yes, it is allowed. The question is, should it be allowed, right? So taking a look at all the facts and talking to lots of residents, you talked to a lot of residents. I was there with you while I talked to the residents, and they had their concerns, and I kind of listed some of their concerns. But at that one meeting, I think every single one of them they signed their letter of support. They're saying, yeah, I know it comes with this industrial project, but where is the industrial project? The industrial project is backed up where they process raw sewage, folks. Like there's certain places for a warehouse, right? Underneath the airport landing up north by March Air Force Base, that makes sense right there, right? I'm not going to oppose that. But where else should you put a large building to block off smells and block off sites? Probably near a sewage treatment plant. Now I know Mr. Weir's here and he's proud of his the location and they do a great job. But there's some days in the summer months and the wind's blowing right. Ooh, man, it's really bad. It gets really bad. It gets really rank. I mean, you're smelling raw sewage. That's what you're doing. So you're over there at at Corky's or you're over there at September's and you want to eat outside, and you know it doesn't make me hungry to walk in a Home Depot parking lot on a summer day and then want to go eat. You know, so I'm it's not going to be 100%. It's not going to block it off, right? I mean, smell's going to travel over a building, but it's going to help out. You know, so that's why I'm actually considering it, because it does, you know, it's a place. What else are you gonna put there? The Planning Commission had their meeting, and they proposed, well, what about this and what about that? They want a soccer complex or more restaurants. No one's gonna build anything there. I'm not gonna send my kid to go play right next to a water treatment plant where they process raw sewage. You know, and just like the map you showed, I actually looked at a map of Southern California. Not all of them, but most of them. Most of the sewage treatment plants, they're surrounded by industrial. It's just the facts. Where you don't want to put a school there. You don't want to put houses there. I actually did walk the site with Mr. Barber as well too, and it does need a lot of dirt. I mean, and we'd like to think dirt's cheap, but dirt's not cheap, right? Now when you have acres and acres of land and you have to build it about 5 feet high, you know, that's going to require millions of dollars. I know we're having to deal with that with the Green Valley project. That's not too far away from the area. Another thing, if you're against warehouses, which I think a lot of us are tired of it. Okay, what this project does, it's removing a warehouse, that a potential warehouse is going to be bigger, and it's kind of making a trade. So you're not adding a warehouse, you're not taking away a warehouse. It's kind of a wash. But where's the location? Right next to a water treatment plant. The other location, I guess we could deal with another day, but we know it's not going to be a warehouse indefinitely, right?
That's correct.
Forever. Okay.
Forever.
Another thing too with the Planning Commission, keep in mind, guys, this was the same day. So I don't want you to make it seem like, oh, the Planning Commission, they were voting against warehouses, and here we are possibly approving it, right? On the same exact day, they voted for a rezone that was right next to homes. I couldn't believe it. I'm as a city council member, I don't like to judge the decision making of our Planning Commission, but I think it was just keep in mind it happened in what, August?
Yeah, I mean, we had
September?
ad hocs with them where they were fully supportive.
You have the election time coming up, so this was one of those political footballing getting passed around, like, oh, I don't want to approve this warehouse, oh, but I don't want to approve it. So it was just getting passed back and forth, like what was happening, and they approved it. They approved it. It came to us, and we actually denied it. And so, I mean, had it got passed by the Planning Commission, it wouldn't even come to us. They would just have their project. But I'm glad to see it, and plus we get to be more stringent about it. So that's okay. So the infrastructure that you're bringing, it requires a lot of things going on over there. With all the dirt and stuff and the infrastructure, and it's not cheap, right? And a lot of the people, like you said, they're not signing up to come here and just start building. There's other locations that if they were to propose a warehouse, I would say, heck no. There's no way I'm going to approve it in the middle of our city because it doesn't meet these guys. But in this area, I mean, there just needs a lot of infrastructure. It is what it is. So here's why I'm considering this. Why I would even consider this, right? So number one is not a rezone, as I stated, right? It's a CUP. It is allowed there. Question is whether it should be allowed. It's removing a warehouse, a much larger one, right? The project does have the support of the residents. So we always talk about that, like, hey, where are the residents at? And I've talked to the residents. And just the ones I talked to about 40 residents. And they are hard to get a hold of, right? People aren't home, they're working. About a quarter of them didn't want it. Once they hear warehouse, no, absolutely not. About 12 of them, they saw the project, like, oh, I kind of like this, And the rest of them were just indifferent about it. They were like, it's cool. If you want to do it, it's cool. I don't really have an opinion. I wasn't trying to sell it to them. I just want to hear their opinion. I know you probably did a better job, and that's why you guys got the support. But the residents overall, not a high majority probably, but overall, they were in support of it.
I mean, a lot of times that community engagement can backfire on us where it does raise awareness and all of them come out. I don't think
I've seen other developers do that, and they get the results, and they
Yeah.
try to spin it though. But
Yeah.
I'm glad. Yeah, and keep in mind, they even came to my house too, so I know that they were doing the work.
Yeah.
It wasn't just made up stuff. Another thing is too, it's the support of the home builders, right? I wouldn't want to live near a warehouse, but I really wouldn't want to live near where they process raw sewage. Just me. You know, I would, you know, if there was a warehouse nearby, like, I don't know if I want to live there. But I would definitely say no to a sewer treatment plant. What this project does too, it helps out with the much needed growth in the area. We do need more commercial in the area. People keep talking to me about it. They keep saying, hey, why don't we have this? Why don't we have that? So it does help well with that. As mentioned before, I mean, a lady, Miss, I wrote it down somewhere, but Miss Woodard, she mentioned about the homeless. That's where the homeless are congregating in this lot, right? I mean, the homeless will go to areas where nobody's there, and they're gonna keep coming. And if we have more development and stuff, they just kind of just don't want to be around people, you know. And with especially, you know, I'm not gonna get too much into it, but with the fires and everything, it's a dangerous situation having people out there. For them and the community. It does block the sewage treatment plant. It's so I think those are kind of the things that I saw positive about it. But there are some conditions that are non-negotiable, right? Absolutely, no exception. No truck should be leaving that facility and going south on Case, right? We need to make sure that doesn't happen. You need to talk to whoever the tenant's going to be, and if they need to post somebody out there and direct the traffic to go. But no trucks absolutely should be going. I don't even care if they're going to a truck stop off Ethan Neck, right? They have to go all the way around.
We have a condition for an enforcement plan.
Good. Okay. All right. The size of the building, it does meet the good neighbor policy, but we're gonna have to. I think the trucks are a little bit too closer than what I would want to see. I want to see a bigger increase in the setback. So if we could do 100 feet, I know that's gonna scale down your building.
Okay.
But if we could do that, that's kind of a non-negotiable for me. All the infrastructure is done off-site with no exception, which I think you already agreed to. And then there was another condition, and I had an attorney and city manager kind of help me with this. But my concern is, you know, we're going to approve the project. If the project does get approved, you know, we're going to be waiting years and years and years for all the other stuff. But if the construction of the hotel is not concurrent or prior to the construction of the industrial warehouse building as required above, prior to the issuance of the certification of occupancy for the industrial building, the developer shall provide a feasibility study and update to the timing and to the feasibility of a hotel, as well as suggest potential alternate commercial uses to the city council. So if you can't build it, it's taking you too long, we want you to come over here and explain yourself. After such time, the developer shall continue to provide updates as to the timing of the hotel or alternate commercial uses every 6 months to the city council, but not a long presentation though, hopefully. And then,
Be careful.
and then also I want to put this, because I know there is a community benefit in there if you don't build a commercial, but if we can do a community benefit for the hotel, so if the hotel isn't started, so $400,000, and keep in mind, I don't want you to pay any money. I want you to actually build the stuff.
Agreed.
$400,000 if the hotel is not completed or starting in 3 years, because I know it does take time. I did speak to the Wyndham. He's in charge of
He
development.
wanted to be here tonight.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Emergency.
But I talked to him, and he seemed like it's a good location for it. So I feel like if it's a good location for it, there should be no problem of getting that started. So that's all the comments from me. And once again, I think this is just let me see what else I got. Just in general, not to you, but this is in no way, my comments or my vote tonight has no way an invitation for any developers out there watching to think, oh, maybe Paris is open to industrialization, right? This is a specific project. It's a specific zoned area, and I'm not looking forward to having talks about somebody saying, hey, you may or may not have supported that project. What about my project? It's not going to happen, folks. But that's all the comments from me. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I actually have a couple questions. My first question was pretty similar to Councilmember Corona, where you talked about how you had 238 people approve of this project. Out of how many people that live there?
Live in the area?
Yeah.
Well, we went to every door we could, so anybody that would answer the door, we tried to get them to give us some opinion on the project. I think, is Tony still here? I think he was saying it was under 10% of people that would say, I just don't like the project. The rest of them were either indifferent or they supported the project. So all told, how many doors do you think you knocked, Tony? So it's hard to get anybody to participate these days. We would have had more meetings if we could. Thanks to Councilman Corona, we went into the homes and we organized meetings to try and get them there. So I think anybody that wanted to participate got to participate in this discussion.
Okay, I also don't think we should justify like, oh, if residents didn't want it, they should have come out to say something. I don't think we should justify that, because I know many people that are against warehouses, but they're just unfortunately not willing to come here. But it's very hard to come here. The city of Paris also has a very low voter turnout. There's very low community engagement here, and that's something that we as a city need to fix too. And that's something that I want to propose in the future as well. Another question that I had is the smell. Everyone's complaining about the smell, how you should put a warehouse there because no one else is going to want it. But how close is it from the warehouse to the commercial? Because I feel like people will still smell it if they're in the hotel or near the hotel, or if they're at Dutch Bros. Like, I feel like you would still smell it. And honestly, maybe people are not even that concerned about the smell. Like the city of Eastville, there are people that live next to cows and they smell really, really bad, and people still want to live there. I have family that kind of live there, but what I'm suggesting is how can you justify that study with, no one wants to build there, but then you're building these commercials, but how do we know people are willing to be there because of the smell?
I can respond to that. I'm not sure if you, I'll defer to planning, but good urban planning are these transitional uses. We're trying to find a use that fits here. It's not a question of, the smell necessarily. It's just, there's a big sewer treatment plant there. What is going to get programmed in? We looked through the long list of business, BPO available uses that are permitted. This is the only permitted use that could go there that makes sense. And it comes with all these other community benefits. We didn't bring this forward 10 years ago because, frankly, the values weren't there that it would make any sense, and we couldn't do the things we do. This is something that really was designed all together, and there was the odor analysis on it. The prevailing winds blow to it would be the southeast. It's kind of right over the warehouse building and then out to the freeway. So, the Home Depot Center takes a little bit of benefit of that to say it's going to go the opposite direction. It'd be the couple of days where we're having Santa Ana's right now. But you raise good questions on that. I can only say we would be suggesting another alternative use if there was something that made sense there.
Okay, I see.
I think we struggle to find that.
Yeah, because I just don't think that's one of a good point or argument to have, as one of them would be, oh, it's a smell, who would want to build there? We don't know. That is such an interesting question where we can't definitely say no one's going to want to build here. We don't know. There could be someone that doesn't mind and they want to build something else there. Like, I don't think we should cancel that question out. Like, we don't know with what the future holds, and we should always just have it maybe empty until maybe someone wants to. And another one of my questions is, what made you choose a hotel to be near there? Like, I know you thought about everything, but I was like, how come not something where, like a theater, where everyone's just inside and maybe they don't have to smell it? Like, could that even come about? Can that even be possible?
Just to go back one, the hotel, the warehouse, the self-storage, the retail, all these things were kind of, because we looked at everything else around us. There's no hotel planned in that area, and the area's going to desperately need one. I think it's probably the top of the 1, 2, and 3 that we worked with economic development that they said, this is what's missing in the community, and we agree with them. And we're not shy about saying that. Like, we want the hotel there. We're putting conditions to obligate us to have it happen. I'm not sure how else to package it up. If we could just build the retail, if we could just build the hotel, we would have come to the city with that, but it's just not feasible.
I just find it kind of hard to believe, like,
Been that way for 25 years and going on beyond that. You know, the Home Depot Center's been built. This site could have been built anytime. We've been waiting for years for some suitable use to come along, and now there is finally a suitable use there.
and I kind of find it hard to believe, like, what's that feasibility study that makes you guys believe that a warehouse is going to be like a success here? Because I know Menifee, how many hotels do they have? And that's pretty close from where Ethanek is to the exit of Newport. Like, there's hotels there too. And I just want to know, like, how successful would that become?
We did a hotel use study. The city's done a study. I might direct it to staff. They've reviewed as well the viability of the hotel as well. If you didn't want the hotel there, you know, we worked with all the stakeholders involved to try and figure out what the city needed, what the city wanted. If there was another use that was proposed, we would have probably listened to it and reacted to it. Personally, I think it's going to be desperately needed here. You know, we're dealing with situations today where there aren't enough hotel rooms because people are displaced. You know, it's frankly, it's probably needed sooner than later.
Okay, and also another one of my questions that I actually don't know that much of because I'm still pretty new at this, but would there be any, like, if this were to be built, if this warehouse, big warehouse were to be built, would it affect the property value of the homes nearby or the homes that are going to be built?
I mean, that's probably not for me to speculate. I can say the property values there also generate tax revenues for the city. So right now it's vacant and generating close to nothing in property tax. So keeping it vacant for more years does less for the city and it does less for the residents. You know, Lennar wouldn't just out of their own free will submit a letter saying they support the project. They need something next to that to close the gap between the two. Otherwise, you're a homeowner staring at the treatment plant. They'd much rather stare at a beautiful landscaped corridor right there. You know, vacant parcels and homeless and, you know, everything that comes along with that, I would think would decrease property values for those homeowners.
And do you think that this warehouse would affect the daily life of people or residents that live near there? Like, do you think there would be any effects?
I think they'd all be positive. They'd possibly be able to work, play, live with this project right without having to get in their car. And as some of the union folks were saying, and myself, you know, I drive about an hour to get to the office. So I think this is a balanced project, a balanced community. The environmental impacts would say that it's all a net negative. You know, we could have proposed something that was double the amount of trips and air quality impacts and GHG impacts and noise, and we're cutting that down in half. That seems like a pretty good situation for the homeowners.
And do you have any open possibility to decreasing that size of the warehouse? I'm just concerned that it's very close to homes, pretty close. And I'm just I have questions as in, like, would you consider reducing that size?
I mean, first off, the city created the Good Neighbor Guidelines with these situations in mind. So that policy was put in place not to say, oh, it'd be nice if we kind of do this. No, it was, if you're going to do this in any proximity to a sensitive receptor, you need to do this. And we're following that policy. I think what I heard out of Malcolm tonight was he'd like to see the setback increased by about 100 feet. You know, if that's something you're looking for as well, you know, we can entertain it.
Okay. I know everyone's major concern is that it's just like another warehouse. And there's a lot of people that feel that way. And I just want to make sure that, you know, maybe we could have the possibility of maybe leaving it alone for a while because we don't know what the future holds. Sometimes I do feel like maybe it's a little bit selfish that we as a council just always approve these when council council changes every 4 years. And I just want the community to know that I hear both of your sides, and I'm really paying attention to both of the details, but I really want to emphasize that this approval is very critical only because I feel like we're just stuck in this cycle. You know, like everyone here thinks, oh, we could get a warehouse and then it's going to bring some commercial, but there's a possibility that we can change that way. And I know you do other projects. I know you don't just do warehouses, you also do apartments, and that's something that I really appreciate you on to see. Can we see other more ideas out there for other areas? Like this area seems to be very focused on, but it's like, you know, we don't have to. And then the homelessness, maybe there are a few homelessness people around there. I don't know how many, if anybody knows how many homeless people were there, but I do want to know that I feel like we're being a little bit too closed-minded to where I think that we should open the scope. You know, this is a new council now, and I feel like I would like to have some more say where we can take a little bit of a step back and be like, well, let's see what else we can do before we get there. But I hope you really listen to my comments where I have residents that want it and some residents that don't, but we are in a city where it's majority warehouse owned. And I don't want to be known as a city where it's all warehouse owned. And because this one project could be good, you know, I think it's unfair that that's how we have to base it on. We have to make these tough decisions like, oh, well, this is a good one, so might as well do it. That's not how we should do decision-making. I think how we should do decision-making would be as a whole, as a community, as a city, and to really let people know, like, what can we really do to make Paris better? But that will be my comments for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Call to question.
Is there a last slide that talks about the question? Or no?
No, there's no slide for extra question, but the council can ask.
No, I mean, call to question, mean let's vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there's a slide. If you can bring back the staff presentation.
Yeah. He's asking for a motion, Jim. That's the question.
What is a motion?
Here it is. There's the recommendation right there.
I think there were some amendments I wanted to add in there.
Right, well, you can read it and then add your, so I think the bottom one is one that really covers it all, plus whatever you want to throw in there.
That is correct. The alternative resolution would be to approve the project and overturn the denial of the Planning Commission.
The last bullet.
The last two, they're together.
Oh, the whole thing together, okay.
Yes, the bottom two are one would be an approval for the project and overturning the denial. And then we can add the.
So read that
additional
off and
conditions.
then whatever else you wanted to throw in.
Okay. So I guess adopt the resolution number next in order, overturning the planning commission's decision, thereby approving vesting parcel map 2305059 VPM 388814, conditional use permits, CUPs 2305004, the whole thing?
Malcolm, I believe you're reading the wrong one.
Did you read this one? Or that one?
I thought you guys were talking about the third one.
You gotta read this and this.
This says to
first
affirm the
one.
planning commission.
The
You don't wanna
first,
affirm.
You don't wanna-
no,
no,
I
I
do
don't.
not want to affirm the, if you want to approve the
It's the last
project,
two
it's
bullets.
the second and third, correct?
Oh, so I gotta start with the second? and-
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
You can read just the header, you can read the header and the CUPs, you don't have to read all of it.
Okay, all right. So, adopt resolution number next in order, overturning the planning commission's decision, thereby adopting the fourth addendum to the environmental impact report of the Green Valley specific plan and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and
Yes, and the conditions 13A and B would be revised to as follows. Construction of commercial buildings E, F, or G with basins on lots C and D, or the hotel concurrently with or prior to, oh, thank you, Everett, he has these ready up there. So the only change would be where you see the and would be or, and then also on item A, 1, the and in front of the hotel, commercial buildings E, F, or G, instead of and, shall read or. So that would replace conditions 13A and B. And one item to be added per Corona is a fee in the amount of $500,000 would be paid as a community benefit to the city if the hotel is not started or completed within 3 years.
And also increase the setback by another 100 feet.
Yes. For clarification, the commencement, the 3 years would start from completion of the industrial building or commencement of construction of the industrial building.
Not certificate, not the C of O.
You can do the C of O,
Let's
3
do-
years.
Let's do finish the construction.
From
'cause
the
I think that'll be earlier.
The C of O would be the same time, prior to, when the building starts construction of the industrial building, that would be before the C of O. Okay, so
For the record too, just to clarify, did we up from the 400 to the 500,000 because you read 500,000?
the 500,000 is only for the hotel. In addition to that, it's 400,000 for the commercial building, so it's both. So the $400,000 pertains to the commercial building, and the 500,000 pertains to the hotel.
So the applicant could potentially pay 900,000.
Correct. And
Is that correct, staff? I don't think that.
so for clarification,
I'm sorry, when I read the report, I never read a 500,000 anywhere. It was
No,
always 400.
the 400 is in the report for the, Everett, if you can put those conditions back up, thank you. So
Clara, if you
item-
want me to clarify, I can clarify.
Yeah. So condition number 2, the 400,000, that's what's in the staff report. It only pertains to the commercial building,
Okay.
not the hotel. And
So
the-
then we're adding 500,000 for the hotel?
Correct.
So if the applicant fails to develop, then he could be responsible up to 900,000?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the goal is, I mean, me personally, I don't want to take, I want them to build it, right? I think that's the goal, that they build it. But yeah, oh, absolutely,
It's
yeah.
important to have the language in there.
Yeah,
Correct.
absolutely.
And also for clarification, Mayor Pro Tem David Rabb mentioned the,
There's not a mayor pro tem yet.
oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Councilman Rabb also requested a condition to be added to work with the adjacent property at the Winco site to improve the landscaping conditions. All right.
Okay, before you vote, Derek, please come back to the podium before I close the public hearing.
Gosh,
I didn't bring you up to give you another presentation, by no
No.
means. I have a question for you, so you're not,
yeah, am I digesting the conditions there real quick? So what was on the screen made sense. The 500,000 for the hotel, I think makes sense. I'm still not clear on the condition, if you could possibly. So is it similar to item A2 then, that basically the same deposit? So if we build the retail, the commercial that we want to build, we get the $400,000 refunded back to us. That's everybody win-win. I get that. The hotel, we're putting another deposit in for $500,000 for that hotel. If the hotel gets built, we get that $500,000 refunded back to us as well. And both of those disappear in some amount of time. If was there a timing component to them? I apologize.
Yes, if the hotel is not started or completed by the time that you start construction of the industrial building, then you would not get the $500,000 back.
I thought it was 3 years after the completion.
3 years from the start of construction of the industrial building.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And We want the hotel, we want the retail, we want the commercial, so I'm not too worried about that. If there's a possibility to meet with council, I think we added the condition that we'll have continual meetings every 6 months to talk about
I think
this.
I think if there are some issues coming up, that we wanted you to come back and explain it to us.
Yes, that's all I'm asking for,
Yeah.
is the ability, we'll make the deposit, if there's a potential to extend that, just because we still believe in the hotel, which we do, that we can keep that there, and it's hanging over us. If the city really feels adamant about it and you just want to roll it in, so be it.
The very last line talks about the 6 months.
It doesn't talk about it in relation to the 500,000.
No, because the 500 was added tonight.
That's what I'm just trying to clarify on that item, if there's the ability for that to be added to that condition for the 500,000, that, with ongoing meetings with the city, we can elect to extend that. Does that make sense?
So the condition would be written that the additional $500,000 would be paid if the hotel is not started or completed 3 years from the start of construction of the industrial.
Correct.
In 3 years from now, you can come back for a modification of conditions, but that's a separate
Good point.
process later on.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm sorry, but just to go back, I know it's a lot of confusion. Number 3 reads that the hotel has to be concurrent with the construction of the industrial warehouse. It doesn't state the 3 years.
Right, that's why we're adding that. It
Being
wasn't,
added.
we're being.
It's
Oh,
not-
so we're
We're
giving
not
the
reading it.
applicant
We're-
3 years?
We're giving,
Build the hotel?
correct, 3
Correct.
years. So,
It's not concurrent with the industrial project then?
correct,
So we're allowing
making
the applicant a greater grace period then?
correct.
Well,
But in exchange, the applicant needs to return to the council prior, if he's not started the hotel before he's ready to get an issuance of CFO for the industrial building, he must come back with a feasibility study or an alternate commercial use at such time. And then the council can approve that, okay, we'll keep working on the hotel. And then he'd have to come back every 6 months to report back to you.
I don't know if Councilmember Corona is willing to detain that, because from what I heard in your comments, you're hoping that this hotel is built. And by adding 3 years to build the hotel, I think that's missing the mark. So just wanted to point that out.
So I'm kind of the same thing, right? I want the hotel built tomorrow, right? But the reality is, talking to
Wyndham.
a gentleman, to
Yeah.
Wyndham. I mean, it takes about a year just to do a study, and then the actual building of the hotel takes 2 years. But by that time, I mean, in 3 years, you should at least start construction, right? There should be
I mean, I'll say,
concrete poured.
with the approval tonight, it's going to take a year of design just to get it to a permit for anything.
Okay.
Then finding the tenant and having the demand for it. I think if, we kind of look at the studies that have been done, there is the
I'm
need.
sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but just before we move on, to find a tenant, but I was under the impression we already had a hotel tenant.
I mean, Wyndham is ready and willing. But
Okay.
again,
That makes
no,
me
no,
a little
no,
apprehensive.
I want to clarify this, and I'll be crystal clear on this. Building the hotel today is not feasible. Even if with your approval tonight, it's not ready to be built today. So, but the council, I think, understands that. That's why we're working on the condition we are.
I don't know if
is-
that was very clear, because I know it's all the things we want, right? Retail, commercial, hotel. And I think that was the driving factor of a lot of the commitment and comments that were made here on council. Obviously, we want those 3 things. And at this point, it's tied to industrial, but I don't think we're as eager for the industrial as you think we might be. So I don't know if that changes anyone's mind, but we were under the impression that you already had a tenant and this was going to be built tomorrow. I know
We do.
I'm exaggerating. Okay.
Wyndham sent a letter that you have it in your council package. So they have intent on the site. They want to go there. Just timing wise, we're at least 3 years out from even the warehouse being built. Like that's it. Your approval tonight is just the first start of the process. You're creating the opportunity for this to happen. Malcolm, to your comment on the condition, I just needed clarity in what the timing was, because I can read this on the screen, so I wasn't totally clear.
Well, I think, from my understanding, by the time you start construction on the warehouse, which you're saying in 3 years from now, right? By the time you start on the construction, that sets the stopwatch for saying
That's
3 years
correct.
from that point, you need to start building the hotel.
That's correct.
Is that?
Yeah.
That, right? If not, then, yeah. Well, I'd rather you not pay us.
We've been here 20 years waiting for something here.
Right.
So, you know, I think to the other council members' comment, you know, things change out every 4 years. We're going to be here for another 30 years between Riverwoods, the north side. We've got a long ways to go.
Well, Riverwood's been around how long? Tell them.
1990.
Thank you.
Same with Green Valley.
Green Valley, 35 years before they went to a shovel to the ground.
That's right.
Takes a while.
So if anything, we'll be the ones here, and the council will have changed by that time.
All of
So,
us.
You know, I like to think we're listening and we're responsive to all this, and we worked really hard with the neighbors, the council, to find the way to make all these things work together. And we believe in the whole project. We wouldn't propose it if we didn't.
Right, and I have no reason to believe that you're gonna do that, but in the past, we've been bamboozled.
Well,
our
and
whole
that's,
community,
and that's
so.
why again, we're putting this in writing.
Yeah,
so-
you've made many strides towards it. If I could build just the hotel, we would, but there's no feasibility of that.
I get it.
All right, is the motion clear now?
Yes, yeah.
And you have a second? Now, and this is where I brought you up, and I got all, went backwards there. I'm only bringing you up now to confirm that you understand the agreements of this condition for this approval.
I understand the agreements.
Thank you. You may sit down. All right, I'm closing the public hearing at 10:50. It's exactly 2 hours and 1 minute since we started. This one, yeah. Okay, so can you guys please push that you motioned and second?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Malcolm motioned, David second, and now call the vote, please.
No, this is the incorrect, it used to be the alternate resolution. The alternate resolution needs to be put up below. This is the one to deny. Well, I mean, you know. It's the alternate resolution.
There was one on the green screen on part of the slide, right?
Yeah, you can just put the green, you want to just put the green slide, the last one, the staff recommendation slide, please? Just the
And
green
it was
one?
read into the record correctly, so
read
it
in,
doesn't
yeah.
matter what's up.
Okay, call the vote, please.
Corona, Rab, Vargas, yes. Vallejo, Nava, no.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, council, it's going to be 11 o'clock. It's going to be 11 o'clock, so my recommendation is let's do well, if we can fly through C and get to D, that's great.
Are you saying skip B?
What's B?
Campaign contribution.
Yeah, I was gonna say, take B for the next meeting, and let's do the council.
Let's do it next meeting.
We can do the council appointments now and bring back your if we get through this real quick, we can go back.
I don't,
Oh, yeah, public comments for both?
how many people for B?
It's 11 o'clock. I'd make a motion that we trail B to the next January 31st meeting. It's 11 o'clock. Technically, we could have,
It's not a public hearing, it's a business item, so we can carry B over and we'll work on C tonight, because we need to get these done for all these meetings that we have coming up. It's not a public hearing. We're not even hearing the item. Madam Attorney, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if everybody's good, do we need to do a motion for this?
It would be better if you do,
All right,
but
so I'm making a motion to move item B, 11, 12B to our next meeting.
So.
Second motion.
Yeah. With the concern I have though, and I mean, seeing how we're dealing with campaign contribution limits and seeing how the time, if we extend it, it's gonna allow possibly more time for contributions in excess of what was proposed to be given. So I'm open as long as we kind of commit that, we kind of freeze our contributions out of receiving.
I don't think you can do that. You
no?
can't do that.
There would be no mechanism to enforce it because it would just be
It's, what do you call it?
verbal.
It's an ordinance.
It would be
You can't-
verbal
yeah.
commitments that
I
they
mean, can we
don't
do
have.
at least a verbal commitment on that?
A what commitment?
A verbal commitment saying, hey, in this next 2 weeks, I'm not gonna receive any campaign contributions.
I guess your colleagues can make that representation, but I just want you to know that if they do receive it, there is no
I
recourse
get
against
it,
it.
yeah, I get that.
It's getting late. I mean, we'll move it to this, what's the next meeting? February?
January 28th.
February, huh?
Oh, the 28th?
I mean, 28th, January, 2
All right,
weeks
so
from
the
now.
31st.
No, but for
There's
clear,
a-
when are the next 460s, when are they due?
Next 4/6 is a July.
No, these ones. Okay, all right. Okay. Gotcha, thank you.
Okay. So the motion was to table 12B to the next meeting, January 28th, and it was seconded by Councilman Rab. Call the vote, please.
5-0, motion approved.
Okay, item C. Consideration to make appointments to city committees, commissions, and agencies to represent the city of Paris 2025. So before we get into that, Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
Item C, yes. Mike McCarthy?
How many do we have?
I have 3.
Okay, call them all 3 up, please.
Mike McCarthy, Jen Lorette Smith, and Annette Placencia.
Is it going to be 1 minute, 3 minutes? What's the timing?
Do as fast as you can, Mike. I'm going to give you 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm here to tuck you into bed. My name is Mike McCarthy. I represent only myself today. The commissions that you guys are appointing today have a wide regional influence. I'm from the city of Riverside. The Marsh JPA Commission is adjacent to my home, and it is an important commission for my neighborhood. And so this appointment affects your neighbors as well as the whole region. And I would like to ask that you appoint people to the Marsh JPA Commission who are either adjacent to, representing the areas adjacent to the Marsh JPA, so Councilmember Nava and Councilmember Vallejo, or the current alternate to the commission. And I'd specifically like to ask that Mayor Vargas, you remove yourself from the commission. I've tried to work with you for 3 years, and we don't have a good working relationship. We've asked for a community advisory board for 2 straight years in public comment, written letters. You have ignored us. You have a Riverside County Civil Grand Jury report that you ignored us asking for a community advisory board there. You ignored community comment about an environmental justice element for the Marsh Joint Powers Authority, and you've ignored us about every warehouse project we've talked about. So please put somebody in place who will listen to us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Jen?
Hi, my name's Jen. I'm not here with any particular organization tonight. I'm here as a resident of Riverside. I've driven to Paris tonight because I've been a neighbor to Marsh JPA land for over a decade, and I've watched as the Marsh JPA Commission approved warehouse after warehouse, almost 900 acres of industrial land along the 215. And what happens in Paris affects not only Paris, but everyone in the region. Elizabeth Vallejo's decisive win over Rita Rogers is a loud and clear message from the people of Paris that they've had enough of warehouses, and I'm here to say that that sentiment is region-wide. For the March JPA Commission, I ask that you appoint the people whose jurisdiction is adjacent to March JPA land, namely Councilmember Nava and/or Councilmember Vallejo. Their constituents are the most immediately affected by commission decisions, and their appointment would help ensure that resident voices take precedence over developers. If they're unwilling or unable to serve on the commission, then the current alternate, Malcolm Corona, is the next best choice to fill the vacancy left by Rita Rogers. These council members make the most logical sense for the job. Additionally, they've proven they're responsive to their constituents in land use decisions. Finally, I want to thank Mayor Vargas and Councilmember Corona for voting against bringing the West Campus Upper Plateau proposal back last week at the March JPA Commission meeting. To whoever is eventually seated on the JPA Commission, please hear that the community continues to oppose building mega warehouses on land surrounded by residential homes. Please do not allow the developer to bring back a bad and controversial project months before the JPA sunsets. As the Paris voters have let you know, we've had enough warehouses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nanette Plasencia.
Hi, I just want to echo, basically the same, I agree with just, our fellow people who just came up and voiced their opinion, also agree with them 100%. That position is very important, and, it's very important that no more warehouses get built on there. And so whoever's on that seat, it's a, very great impact to the residents and the community around that area. So I also would hope that it would be, if possible, Council Member Nava or Vallejo. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Annabelle Navarez.
Hi, good night, City Council. Thank you for being here so late. My name's Annabelle Navarez. I have family that lives not only here in the city of Paris, but Moreno Valley and Riverside as well. So that's why the March JPA impacts my families living across several cities. I also ask and request that we have a new appointment for that seat. I know Elizabeth Vallejo won in that seat that Rita Rogers is representing. That would be great to have that representation there. Another recommendation, like other people said, Councilmember Nava, her district is also adjacent. And I know Mayor Vargas, you have been there dutifully for the years that you have served. We have 2 representatives from the city. It would be great if we could consider 2 new representatives to hear fresh perspective and to continue, representing the constituents here in the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is all.
Okay. All right, so moving along, I'm going to read off each commission as we go through, starting with the Riverside Transit Agency. My appointments are Councilman Corona as a delegate, Councilwoman Vallejo as the alternate, Western Riverside Council of Governments, Mayor Vargas, representative, Councilwoman Maricela as the alternate, Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority, Councilwoman Vallejo, the delegate, Mayor, I can't say that yet, Councilman Rabb as the alternate, March Joint Powers Authority, Mayor Vargas as a representative, and Councilman Rabb as the second representative, and Councilman Corona as the alternate. I want to make note that there's only one piece left for a warehouse that's been tabled. We are dissolving in June, and starting after that, we are there to represent the base and protect the base. And I make the appointments. I think Councilman Rabb, being a veteran, has the understanding of the mission and the goals of military, and having him on that seat will be valuable for the commission in protecting and preserving the March Air Reserve Base. Moving forward, Southern California Association of Governments, Councilwoman Nava, Mayor Ulysses has expressed for Moreno Valley to take over, so we're going to let them deal with that.
And I will serve until that transition happens.
Perfect.
He's voted in.
Okay. The Riverside County Habitat Conservation Agency, Councilwoman Vallejo, representative, Councilwoman Maricela would be the alternate. Riverside County Transportation Commission, Mayor Vargas, representative, Councilwoman Vallejo is the alternate. Riverside County Office of Aging Advisory Board, Councilman David Starr Reb. Tump Zone Committee, Mayor Vargas, Councilman Rab is the alternate. And then for our City Council Working Committees, Ways and Means, Councilwoman Maricela Nava will be chairing, and Councilwoman Vallejo will be the second representative. The Public Works Committee consists of Councilman Rab and Councilman Malcolm Corona, who will be the chair this year. Parks and Recreation Committee, Councilwoman Vallejo and Councilman Malcolm Corona, who will chair this year. School District Liaison Committee, Councilman Malcolm Corona and Councilwoman Maricela Nava, who will chair this year. And the Senior Citizen Committee, we're going to dissolve. There's just nothing happening there, and if there is things that come up, they go to the appropriate committees that already exist or city staff. So let's just go ahead and dissolve that one. The Public Safety Committee, Councilman Rab and Mayor Vargas, I'll be chairing this year. And the Economic Development Committee, Councilman Rab and Mayor Vargas, I'll chair this year. Homeless Task Force Committee, Councilwoman Maricela Nava and Councilman Corona, who will chair this year. Community Development Block Grant CDBG Committee, Councilwoman Vallejo and Mayor Vargas, I will chair this year. Human Resource Committee, Councilwoman Maricela Nava and Mayor Vargas, I will chair this year. The Water Utility Ad Hoc, we can finally dissolve that. And the Beautification Committee is Councilwoman Maricela Nava and Mayor Vargas, I will be chairing this year. And finally, I don't know if they put it in your notes, but we have an addition of the Motlug Scholarship Foundation. At the request of the family, the mayor is the chair for this committee, followed along with a second council person, and I am appointing Councilman Corona, as he and I have been working on these scholarships since we've been on. In addition to that, there'll be 2 community members plus 1 family member from the Motlug family, which would be, I'll be Motlug himself for now, but we'll do those later at a board meeting. The only thing we're doing here now is appointing myself and Councilman Corona. And that is my motion for my appointments. Looking for a second or any comments?
Just a question.
Sure.
For my colleagues, given the comments that were given regarding the March JPA, I'd be honored to serve, but I just wanted to know if there was anybody else that would want to serve. I know part of it was that I would switch out with Councilwoman Vallejo for my current seat as the RCA board, but just wanted to just ask if anybody had a burning desire.
I mean, I could chime in, given I would be remiss if I didn't address the public. I'm happy to serve on that.
Okay, well, my appointment is Councilman Rabb, and I explained why. This commission is dissolving. We are not going to be doing land use anymore. The last piece of the warehouse that we voted and tabled no against, that the Jan Smith or Jan Al has mentioned that and even thanked myself and Councilman Corona. After June, the JPA will now be overseeing the March Inland Airport, which is the privately owned airport between the 4 agencies, the county, the city of Riverside, Moreno Valley, and Paris, and overseeing the protection of what's called Green Acres. Those are the general homes that were there when the base was active. Now it's outside the cantonment of the base, and they are rented out. Their homes, we oversee it at the JPA. They're rented out to the military first time. They get first dibs, and then we can rent to the community after that if there's any vacancies. The fact that I have a veteran here on our dais, it's getting late. As I mentioned earlier, he understands the mission, the goals of this military, and I think he would complement the rest of the folks on the dais. We have, I think, at least one more vet on there as well. So that's my appointments. If you don't ratify, we will just continue on as we are, and I'll work off with an alternate.
So I'm going to chime in on there if I may. I did have the opportunity to go there, and it's a group of eight individuals representing different entities. Now the two supervisors that sit on there, they're on there because their districts border the Marsh JPA. But every other city can appoint two people. Now what's noticeably present there is that no women. Not one single woman on there. And I'm sure Councilman Rab would do a fantastic job, and I think you would do a fantastic job. But I think that here in the city of Paris, we have two dynamic, intelligent women, and I think at least one of them should serve on there. So those are my comments. I can't move forward without at least trying to do our part of bringing diversity to there. I wouldn't mind serving. I served as alternate. I think I've gone there twice. It's not the hardest thing in the world. And judging that, how we're going to be going to a, focusing on the airport. I mean, I totally understand that it's near March Air Force Base, but I don't think there's anybody in here that's whether they served in the military or not, that would do anything or want anything to close the airport as well either. So I think it's not a military board. It's a civilian board formed of elected officials. So I cannot support not having at least one woman representing the city of Paris on that board. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Just one comment. Given Councilman Corona's comments, I respect, Mayor, that you've honored me with being able to serve on this board, but the fact that there is no women on that board is a little disconcerting. Well, not a little disconcerting, it's disconcerting, given that they make up 50% of the population, because you have the two male supervisors, the two male Riverside City Council members, the two male Moreno Valley Council members. If I would defer, if one of my female colleagues would like to serve, if I could be given back the RCA board committee, so I could actually be on a board rather than an alternate. And I'm thinking too, just given the time, I've started thinking about the time commitment. It usually meets at 3 o'clock. I work in San Bernardino as a DA. Most of the times my court cases are done by noon. There is a rare time where I might have a preliminary hearing, or I'm seldom in trial just given my assignment, but the trials go till 4:30. There could be a lot of opportunities where I'm stuck in San Bernardino. So just given the fact that I think diversity is important, especially having a woman on that board, given that the current makeup of the board, I would defer to either Councilwoman Nava or Councilwoman Viejo if they want to serve.
So, but you want your RCA back?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, if I'm more than happy to switch with Councilman Rab. Be more than happy to join.
Well, that's not, it's going to be Nava's area. She butts up on there. I'm trying to find,
Oh, sorry. Would you be okay with being the alternate for RC? Because I know you work in Riverside, so
That's
that would
fine.
be work. And I'll communicate to you. I attended all those meetings last year, but
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Thank you.
where is your RCA at? Oh, there it is. It's the longer version. Jesus. All right, I'm not going to keep on debating this. I mean, again, like I said, there is no more land use going on, guys, and you know that. Yeah, but we're not going to be, all right, look, I'm not here to have a conversation with you. I'm just explaining what I'm explaining myself. Michael, thank you. So Rab, you want to be the alternate for the RCA?
I can go back to being the actual delegate.
Oh, you want to be the delegate, I mean.
Switch out.
All right, so we'll put you as we'll keep you as a delegate, and we'll put Vallejo as the alternate. Is that fine? Or did you want? Oh, Malcolm's the alternate. Malcolm, you want to remain the alternate on that one?
That's fine.
All right, so for clarification, Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority, Councilman Rab will be the delegate, and Councilman Corona will be the alternate. And for the March Joint Powers Authority Commission, Mayor Vargas, the representative, and Councilwoman Nava will be the second representative. And Malcolm Corona will still be the alternate, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Mayor, before we move on, if I could chime in, if I'm also interested in taking on our city economic development committee, and it's chaired by Councilmember Rab and yourself. If either one of you would be interested in giving up that seat, I'd definitely be interested in that one.
I have no interest. David?
I would switch, if we can switch out with Ways and Means. The only concern I would have is if we could work with Ways and Means to meet Friday afternoons. Friday afternoons just typically work better for me. I know I'm not going to be in trial. It's just a better day.
We'll make sure we make that happen
Or
for you.
Thursday afternoons, okay.
They're very flexible. We'll make sure we make that
And
happen.
I know Ernie's the chair, like the staff person for that, correct? Oh, Matt, okay. Just as good.
So then we're switching. You're taking Ways and Means and I'm taking economic development. Okay, thank you.
All right, so Councilwoman Nava is on the economic development. Along with-
Quick questions, with the interagency ones, which one did we put Councilwoman Vallejo on?
Hold on, I gotta finish penciling this. The Ways and Means is RAB. All right, which one?
Which interagency is Councilwoman Vallejo the main delegate on, the main representative?
Riverside Transit, oh, she's alternate there. Well, she would have been on RCA, but now they bumped her out.
Right.
She's on the Riverside County Habitat Conservation Authority.
Oh, so you stepped down from that, Mayor?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I announced that. Councilwoman Vallejo is the representative for
Okay.
RCA.
All right. Yeah, I think I had it confused with the-
RCHCA. And then Nava's the alternate. She has been the alternate.
And then who's doing WRCOG?
Me, and
And
the
you also
alternate
do-
is Corona.
And you're doing TUMF as well?
Well, it's a one-time thing through that one. It's a one-time a year. So keep the consistency on that.
Gotcha.
All right, those are my appointments. I'm looking for, you guys, who's documenting this? You guys got it? You got it?
Mayor, for the school district liaison committee,
Yeah.
we've never, I haven't met since
You're
Councilwoman Burke
so
was here.
School District Liaison Committee, if one of you want to step down, I've heard express concerns regarding Councilwoman Vallejo wanting to see that more active. I personally meet with each superintendent once a month on a meeting
Okay.
already. So if there's anything to be spread around there, I do that. But that's not to say that I take that away from this
Okay.
committee.
Yeah.
If you guys, for 8 years, you haven't done anything on this committee. My
Well,
recommendation
I
was
met
to
with,
dissolve it.
I think the last time we met was when Councilwoman Burke was here. But yeah, we really haven't. So if someone wants to take it over and do something with it, I'm willing to step down. I obviously work at a school, so I got that kind of insight, but I'll step down.
Given that I've left the community college setting, I think it'd be fitting if you remain, and then I'd hand it over to Councilwoman Vallejo. Just given my shift in employment.
Okay.
All right, and that's why I had you both on there to begin with, because you were with the college and you were with the high school. So Corona will chair. Well, you just chaired it, huh? Oh, you never chaired it, so I'm just not trying to
Yeah,
put
no, I
her in
get
the
you, I
spot
got
yet.
you.
Let her get broken
Okay, go ahead and chair me then.
so you'll chair, and Vallejo will be the second member,
Sounds good.
okay?
Actually, I have one quick thing, Mayor. I would, sorry, Mayor. I'm very interested in Economic Development Committee. Is there any way that you would be willing?
Sorry, I'm not budging there. I'm looking for a second now. These are my final appointments.
I second.
Call the vote, please. Start the motion again? Oh, I am not going to go through that again.
5-0, motion approved.
All right. Council communications, you guys want to forego those, or you have something quick to say?
Oh, yeah, you gotta do the mayor pro tem.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem, my goodness. I'm ready to go home. Item 12D is consideration appointment to Mayor Pro Tem. So my appointment is Councilman Rab. Is there any public comment for this one?
No public comment.
Good.
I'll second that one.
Okay. Call the vote, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. One more time, please.
I'm motioning, oh, there it
Okay.
is. And, okay, call the vote now.
Five oh, motion approved.
Okay, council only for our next item is our communications. Does anybody have anything pertinent they want to say?
Yes,
Go ahead.
just briefly. You know, I want to thank the staff for all Christmas things. My hearts go out to to all those that lost their lives and their property in the fires. A big shout out to the firefighters that have been putting in the work. I'm talking about all of them coming from out of state, coming from other countries like Mexico, and including, we can't forget the correction, those that are in the correction system that are still volunteering. If we could close this meeting in honor of, on January 8th, Riverside Sheriff Deputy Timothy Corlo tragically lost his life. We also recently saw the passing of, I mean, he was older, but the passing of former President Jimmy Carter, who's probably remembered more for this time he spent after his presidency. And tragically, and I do need to take time on this one, no less tragic was the loss of future teacher Jocelyn Mendoza. Jocelyn was a substitute teacher at CMI and by all accounts was dedicated to her students, and her students adored her. I feel deeply for her family and friends who she was the only child. Like me, she was a proud graduate of UC Irvine and was described as intelligent, funny, full of life, and incredibly kind. What saddens and angers me and the public is the circumstances of her tragic loss. So folks, if you guys could just remember, when these tragedies happen, hopefully you remember, just do not drink and drive ever. Get an Uber or have somebody pick you up. That's all the comments, so if we could close the meeting in honor of Deputy Timothy Corlo, President Jimmy Carter, and Paris teacher Jocelyn Mendoza.
They're all in my notes already, except for, I forgot about Carter. Anybody else? Okay, I have three things. One, I would have staff come back with language for a no net loss ordinance for SB 330 compliance to discuss at our next meeting. And then also to have staff explore a zone text amendment to allow a static billboard without a billboard relocation agreement, subject to the following exception stipulations: that a static billboard will be permitted if located within 250 feet of an existing shopping center. For example, this would limit the number of static billboards. Any height of the signage limitations could be amended, subject to an adjustment of the variance application and subject to a conditional use permit consistent with the current process. Trying to help out some of our struggling businesses because of signage. They're free, they're just not up there. So this will help them, okay? And then I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge, and it's still her birthday, the First Lady of Paris, my dear wife, Julie Vargas. Our anniversary was in December. I had a meeting that day. Now it's her birthday. I had another meeting, but I did manage to take off and go have lunch with her. But I do want to wish my dear wife a very, very happy birthday. All right, okay. Madam City Manager, are you quick here?
I'll be very quick. I'd like to finally introduce our new Paris lieutenant, and that is Lieutenant Jerry Abbott. And I am turning it over to our Captain Lamb to introduce him.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I'll make this quick. This is Lieutenant Jerry Abbott. He's taken the replace of retired Lieutenant Wade Lenton. So I just give him 7 seconds to tell you guys about himself.
been with the department 25 years. First of all, good night, Mayor, City Council members, city staff. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Been with the department for about 25 years. I actually graduated from school here in Paris. It wasn't Paris High, but it was Valverde continuation. So I've been a lot in Paris most of my life. Overall, through various ranks, done about 10 years here in Paris. So kind of familiar with some of the city needs regarding public safety, and looking forward to this opportunity. So thank you.
Welcome, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Nice crew cut there.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, guys. Sorry it had to take so long.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, item 15 is our adjournment, so we have a few listings here. Going to adjourn in memory of Joe Broussard. He's a very good friend of mine, Paris resident, 90 years old, passed away on January 4th. And Mimi Moore, we all know Mimi Moore, Commander Moore's mom, who I visited several times and given her proclamations for her birthday. She passed away on January 3rd. Mimi was 105 years old. So, so inclusive of that, we also have, as requested, Deputy Tim Corlo, President Jimmy Carter, and Joycelyn Mendoza. She's 26 years old. She was a resident of Paris, fatally killed in an alleged DUI traffic collision. And as Councilman Corona said, she was a substitute teacher for Paris Union High School District. She was one semester away from obtaining her master's degree in education. Very tragic loss for our communities, for all our folks here. So we adjourn in memory of our friends here. Thank you. I know the power shutouts are horrible, folks, but you know what? I'd rather be without power than without a home. So let's pray for those people who don't have homes right now that are, who knows where they're staying. So thank you, everybody. Good night.